Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone was able to get enough to eat for lunch. My name is Gaurav Verma, and I'm a first-year MBA at MIT Sloan, and I'm proud to introduce today's panel on the alternative asset, sports. We're joined today by our panelists, Mark Abbott, President of Major League Soccer, Jordan Solomon, partner at Arctos Sports Partners, and Ben Hess, the CEO of JP Morgan's Asset and Wealth Management Division. Moderating our panel will be Ben Fisher from the Sports Business Journal. The panel will run about 45 minutes, and after that, there will be 10 minutes for Q&A. Audience are welcome to submit questions via Twitter with the hashtag SportsInvesting. And without further ado, I'm going to turn this over to today's moderator, Ben Fisher. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav. So this is a perfectly timed panel. It's been something I've been watching for a couple of years now with a lot of interest, and as a reporter who spends most of my time in the NFL trying to get caught up on this before it happens in my world, let's set the stage for anyone who maybe hasn't been paying attention to fund investment in sports. For decades, centuries even, if you count Major League Baseball and its predecessors, sports teams were owned by individual wealthy people and their friends who maybe are a little less wealthy, but nevertheless fit the same standard. And then in 2019, Major League Baseball said that teams can now sell equity to private equity funds. And since then, 3 more leagues have come through. Lots of deals have already been done. How do we get to this point? I think each of you can answer that question from a different perspective. Mark Abbott at Major League Soccer. How do we get to that point that this became not only a good idea, but something that was going to happen so rapidly?
So I think there were a number of factors, some that were related to the league themselves, and I can talk about our league's experience, how we came to that conclusion. And secondly, changes and evolution in the fund industry itself. So on the league side, a couple of things. 10 years ago, you could buy a Major League Soccer team for $40 million. Now the average value is over $550 million. You could build a stadium for less than $100 million. Today, stadiums are $350 to $500 million. So the capital needs for a Major League Soccer club are significantly higher than they were even 5 years ago. And so we were looking for new sources of capital to help people fund these new needs. The second is, in all sports, and particularly in our league, we had a number of fund executives, senior fund executives, make individual investments in clubs. And so we had on our board people who had had experience in the fund industry who we were able to talk to about how to craft a policy and how it might work. And then third, we have owners that also own teams in other sports in the United States and abroad, frankly. And so what we saw from them is they were also having these discussions in other leagues, and so it all came together. On the fund side, I think there's a couple of things that have happened. One is, and Jordan can talk about this, the emergence of funds that are solely dedicated to investing in sports and entertainment. That's not something that we had a few years ago. And so I think as we saw that sector starting to grow, we recognized there was an opportunity. And even funds that are not solely focused on sports and entertainment, but maybe have a broader remit, certainly look at it as an industry sector that they want to be involved with. And so we have big funds that are looking at all sorts of industries, but have a sector that focuses on sports. And it's the combination of those two things that led us to this.
I see. Ben, maybe same question to you, but maybe I think you're the only person on here whose employer doesn't have the word sports or a sport title name in it. So you want to tell us a little bit why you're on stage and answer that question from your perspective.
Thank you for inviting me anyway. Appreciate it.
Well, there's a good answer to those questions, but tell us about what you've seen from your perspective as we've come to this point.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I don't work at a sports company. I work at JP Morgan Chase, which is the country's largest bank, and we have 4 different lines of business: the corporate investment bank, the commercial bank, Chase, and then asset and wealth management, which is the business I work in. And a decade ago, across the firm, we did very little in sports. I mean, we had some lending and some advisory. Now, every one of the 4 lines of business has teams dedicated, in some cases, multiple teams dedicated towards sports. And in asset and wealth management, what we noticed starting about a decade ago is the interest from clients, especially on the global private bank, in getting involved in the sports industry had really exploded. And so over the last couple of years, we've done a number of financings, both on stadiums and on teams. But clients, increasingly, as valuations have gone up, have been looking to, if they got involved in this space, have been asking, are there any ways I can make my business more, or my sports franchise, less of a hobby and more of a business. And I think that's also been accompanied by the rise in valuations. Also, some of the people who are getting involved in the industry are more investment oriented, and then you have funds like Jordan's that are getting involved too. And so at JP Morgan Asset and Wealth Management, what we decided is, as always, like, how can we help our clients? And so we looked around and we saw Craft Analytics Group, Kager, Jessica Gelman's firm, who is the leader in analytics in the space and can really help clients drive profitability. And so we took an equity stake last summer. There was a lot of press around that. Why is JP Morgan Chase getting involved in sports? But it was really to help our clients. And in two ways, like, as I mentioned before, like helping clients, drive profitability in their sports franchises, but also internally. One thing we're looking at is how do we, with all the data we have, both internal and external, how do we make better decisions for clients, for advisors, for our investors, all the different constituencies in our asset and wealth management business. And Kager's helped us create some really great dashboards and analytic tools to do that internally. So we're super excited about the partnership. Jessica's firm had a record year last year. This morning, I think she announced a partnership with the Philadelphia Eagles. So very exciting stuff. More to come.
Great. Jordan, this is a way of giving you the chance to introduce Arctos Sports Partners, but also, before that, you were with Madison Square Garden. You've been around the industry for a long time. Take us through this evolution from your perspective.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
Mic on?
Mic on, let's see. Can you hear me okay now? That's better.
Okay.
So the evolution that we've seen, I think, Ben, I'd just add to a little bit of what you're saying. I think over the last 10 to 20 years, there's been a meaningful leveling up of the sophistication of ownership groups and leagues, frankly, right, in terms of how they have evolved from looking at this as something that was more fun to now is more, thank you, something that was more fun and now is more of a business for them. And what's interesting, if you look back at over the last decade, about 60% of the new sports team owners are people who come from leading tech companies like Alibaba or Microsoft, right, with Steve Ballmer, but also private equity or finance executives. And so the industry's evolved, but also there's been a change in the way that people perceive ownership. And so we started Arctos to do really three things. The first is to provide liquidity to the ecosystem. So especially for existing owners today, whether it's the controlling owner or their limited partners who might want to sell down or sell out for a variety of reasons, right? It may be for tax planning purposes, it might be because of death or divorce, or it just could be a change of their interests or their desires. So liquidity is the first. The second is growth capital. Like, we are big believers in this industry, but also believers that this industry, like technology, like healthcare and biotechnology, needs growth capital to help capture the growth opportunities that exist in this industry, right? And there are 10 to 12 of them that we think are particularly exciting, and so we can support teams and leagues with growth capital. And then the third is acquisition financing. When a new ownership group is coming in, the potential control owner may not be able to finance all of it. Now, part of that's because the leagues very prudently over the years have put in some pretty significant debt limitations on financing franchises. So while Ben and his team at JP Morgan might be willing to finance up to some 70 or 80% of a sports acquisition franchise, the leagues, in their wisdom, have limited that. It's about 15 to 20% across the big four leagues. And then the other is that they may not have the capital themselves or the liquidity to do it. And so we can help, and we were proud to be a part of the group that invested in the Real Salt Lake alongside David Blitzer and Ryan Smith in that capacity.
So at that point of go time for Arctos, was this something that you needed the regulatory regime at the leagues to change in addition to all of these trends to continue to develop, or was it ready to go and all you needed was the legal permission, so to speak, from the team, from the leagues at that point?
Yeah, look, you alluded to a little bit in your introduction. The industry has evolved from being what was really a 30, 40, 50, even 100 years ago, a family business or something people were doing for fun. It's evolved. There was a bunch of corporate and institutional ownership for many years, right? Newspapers,
right.
And Disney owned, the Ducks and the Angels, and Fox owned the Dodgers, and Cablevision owned the Knicks and Rangers. That what's really shifted is there's a focus at the league level to have a person with two legs and a beating heart who can own that team. But what they have realized is, given the debt limitations, given the rising valuations, and also these growth opportunities, that there was flexibility or need for flexibility to bring institutional capital in a very bespoke way. And so, we saw the changes at Major League Baseball in early 2019, where they would allow funds up to 15% per club, a maximum of 30 in aggregate for any one club from a private equity firm, and that we could invest across multiple clubs. And we thought that that was the precursor for what was likely to evolve across the remainder of the industry. Sure. We started Arctos hoping that that would happen. That was a bet we all made, and so far we've been right, and we think that's going to continue to be an emerging big trend in the ecosystem, but it has to be done with certain parameters. And I think the MLS rules are really, really well done, and we can talk about those and how you guys thought about them. But in particular, we have no insight whatsoever to what's happening on the field or on the pitch or on the ice, right, or on the court. That we stay out of. On the business side is where we can have a passive, supportive role, but that's not how most private equity funds are structured.
Right.
So we had to tailor Arctos in the way that we work with our partners at the league and teams, but also with our investors, our institutional investors, to get them comfortable with how that would be structured, unlike traditional private equity or venture capital firms.
Yeah, I definitely want to hit more on what happens once you make the investment and you're there. So let's stick a pin in that. But for now, that's a great word, bespoke. And Mark, I was hoping you could take us through how MLS landed on those particular numbers and those particular guardrails.
Sure.
And I think we know why you'd like this money involved without fundamentally changing the nature of the control owners. But take us through that process and how you got there.
Sure. So we're very fortunate. I mentioned, we have a number of senior fund executives who made individual investments in clubs. And on our board, we have probably 3 or 4 of the leading fund executives in the entire world. And so we put together a working group with them to come up with what they thought was something that was both attractive in the marketplace, but understanding their roles as owners in Major League Soccer, what was also the appropriate balance to strike for the league and for the clubs. And so, there are just 4 or 5 very basic principles. Jordan talked about one of them. The first is the funds have to be qualified and have certain criteria. All the leagues look at, a certain size of fund, a certain lack of concentration of investment within the fund, and who the investors behind the fund are. All those questions are very important. The second is that we do limit what the size of investment. In our case, it's 20%, but you can invest in multiple teams. So in our case, you can be invested in 4 teams. So although you can't build perhaps the scale that you want in any one particular investment, you can across the league. And that's how we came up with that number. They are non-voting interests, but the people who run these funds are very smart, very experienced, got a good macro view on a lot of different things going on in our industry. And so we do see that there's going to be benefit beyond the capital from being involved with a number of people who are operating these funds. But those are the basic, parameters of how it works. What we didn't want to do was change the fundamental nature of what the control owner in our league is able to do. It's a fundamental part of all sports, in North America anyway, that there's a single individual who has day-to-day operational control, has the most equity invested in the club. That's what's driven our success, and I would argue the success of all the leagues in North America, and that's something we weren't going to change. The second is it was very important in structuring this that it didn't implicate the debt rules in the way that Jordan talked about. So in our case, you can have up to 33% leverage against the club and the stadium combined. And we very specifically didn't want debt-like attributes in the fund investment. So there's no calls, there's no puts, there's no term to it. It has to be long-term capital. If it weren't, we'd look at it like debt, and that's not something we wanted to be able to, that's not the way we wanted to approach this.
I see. So now each of the leagues that has promulgated the rules, they don't quite line up. They seem to be broadly similar in sort of what the theoretical purpose of these rules are, but they differ a little bit. Jordan, as somebody who's looked across all of the opportunities, do those differences just reflect the particulars of a negotiation or discussion around their table and they're all basically doing the same thing? Or are there meaningful differences between how the NBA and the MLS and NHL and MLB have approached this?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the broad construct of them are all very consistent, right? And I think Mark laid out many of the key elements there. And I think, look, each of the leagues has their own priorities and their own constituents to navigate with. I think, look, to all of their credit, they're walking before they're running, and we are too. We want to make sure that this collectively is a real boon for the industry, that it works really well. And I think the leagues have learned from each other, I think, and their shared advisors and their shared ownership groups, right? There are, for most of the owners, right, there are owners in each of these leagues.
Right, these aren't exactly
others,
silos.
Right? So
I mean, there's a lot of...
And they learn from each other, and I think it'll continue to evolve in a really constructive way for the industry.
Mm-hmm. So, Ben, my question to you on this is, knowing your clients, does this fund evolution, does this scratch the itch? Or when people say they want to own a sports team, do they mean control owner? Do they mean Jerry Jones?
I think it depends on the wealth level and the amount of time and resources that the individual can commit. I got to tell you right now, the amount of interest in MLS is really off the charts, and I think there's a couple reasons for that. Number one, I think it's accessible. It's more accessible than maybe some of the other leagues are. Number two, I think there's some really great demographic trends in this country around soccer. And then number three, I think if you look at where media contracts and team valuations could go over time, I think MLS has done something really interesting with youth sports, connecting youth sports with pro sports. If you're a 14-year-old, you can play for the Revs. And so what you'll see is like the number of kids at these games and the attendance trends are really, really powerful. And as a father of a 10-year-old girl who plays for NYCFC, I hope you do something similar with MLS Next with the girls in the next few years. I think that would be awesome too, but she's super psyched about being involved with your league.
That's great.
So when we're at this point of saying go for the funds to get involved, I think maybe in bringing the audience up to this point, we maybe missed a point that may be obvious, but why are valuations doing what they're doing right now? At the risk of insulting the intelligence of the people in the room, I think let's hit that quickly. Obviously, it's very popular, it's growing, but live events business hasn't been easy the last couple of years. So just in general, why is it, not only has it gotten to this point, why are all these investors so convinced it's going to continue to go on this path?
A couple things. They're unique assets, and people have a variety of reasons that they make investments. For a long time, it has been driven primarily from a financial value perspective, and that although that there are other benefits that people derive, connection to community is something that we hear a lot about. Ultimately, they are financial investments, but they have a very long time frame, and that's really, when you think about what's driven sports historically, it has been individuals or families looking at this as a legacy for them and their family in their particular community. So I think that the unique aspect of it is something that helps drive the valuations. The continued growth, both in revenues and income, is a second thing. It's a financial. They do make sense from a financial perspective. And then in our case, I think as a league that's still continuing to grow, a recognition that as far as we've come, we have a lot of upside left to go. And so, our investments have grown our value teams, 10, 11x in 10 years. That's a tremendous growth rate. And our owners, without having a specific growth rate in mind, know that that's going to continue. And I think that that's what's driving the valuations.
Can I add something to that too?
Please do.
Because there's a big question out there right now with potential owners and people who want to get involved with this space on what happens when you see interest rates rise. And obviously there's been a ton of increase in valuations in a period where interest rates have been historic low levels. And so if you look historically and you see assets with maybe volatile cash flows, as interest rates rise, typically their valuations go down, and sometimes down a lot. But I do think that there's so much interest in this space, and there's so few assets available, unlike a lot of other different asset classes. I'm not sure you're going to see valuations pull back a ton. But that's a real big point of debate right now for people who are thinking about getting involved.
That's interesting. So
yeah, I mean, look, in some ways, having relatively low LTVs, like that low debt, the value ratios makes the interest rates less relevant here. Inflation, to some extent, is relevant on the cost side. But if you disaggregate, like, what's the value of a franchise? Think about it. We like to think about it in three ways. The first is, whether you're in the MLS or the NBA, Major League Baseball, you own 1/30th or 32nd or 29th of the league revenues, right? It doesn't matter if you're the Sacramento Kings or the Golden State Warriors, you get the same, you're entitled to that same share, which is hugely valuable. And these leagues are worth billions and billions of dollars because of the media rights they generate, the marks and logos, the global value. So you're getting that kind of, we like to think of it for those, this is a business school, so for those of you who think about, you know, when you think about your finance classes like alpha and beta, we think of that as like the beta factor of sports, is the league revenues that come in. Then you've got the local revenues, right? And what you can generate from your local regional sports networks, your tickets, your suites, your stadium, and especially when you own those assets, you have particularly valuable asset there. And then the third is all the ancillary opportunities you have to build around your stadium and around your brand in your city, right? That you have a unique platform, to your point, Mark, about this community asset to build real estate developments, to build ancillary and other businesses, to own a piece of your regional sports network. And so when you put those three elements together, the league factor, the local revenues, and that broader platform, and by the way, some tax benefits that come with it, it's an extremely valuable asset. And that doesn't even kind of cover off what is, to some, clearly factors in a little bit of this affinity element to it, but also this willingness and desire to give back to the community. And so we're big believers that asset values in the industry are going to continue to grow, and that there's another big trend coming of platformization of these clubs coming together, 2 or 3, and like we experienced some of that, my partner Doc O'Connor and I at Madison Square Garden, owning the Knicks and the Rangers, the synergies that come from owning multiple franchises, especially in the same arena, are significant. And so we expect that to be another driver of valuation growth in the industry over time.
So a lot of themes came up with all three of you there. We've got safeguards against downside, the security of being part of a league. There's no promotion and relegation in any of the leagues we're talking about here. The guaranteed cut of the national revenue. Meanwhile, a lot of potential for the upside if you do things right and be smart at the local level and the regional level even. But I think, Ben, maybe you alluded to this when you said volatile cash flows. For most of my life, the knock on sports has been, yes, valuation growth, and ultimately that's fine, but in the day-to-day, month-to-month situation, it's not necessarily always a real pretty picture cash flow-wise. My sense is that's changed a lot recently. To what extent does that matter to a private equity fund investor when we're all pretty certain that the asset valuation itself will go up regardless of what's happening in the short and medium range?
You should ask the private equity investor.
I think it's a great question. Look, pre-pandemic, like 93% or more of the teams were generating operating income in the Big Four leagues, like with the MLS like right on their heels, and so that's helped to really steady that issue. And I think there's been a variety of factors that have driven that over the last 10 to 15 years, including sophisticated ownership, changing in the CBA landscapes with the players and how those are structured. But in the end, like, these are actually really strong recurring revenue businesses. And so while there are options for how you decide to spend your money as a team owner, the recurring revenue nature, it's super resilient, right? And I think we saw that in the pandemic. While ticket sales shrank meaningfully, sponsorships, media rights, revenues were quite resilient. And so I think people are less focused on the day-to-day cash flows, but they are, for the most part, positive and self-funding, which is different than where it was 15, 20 years ago.
Right. It hasn't been that long ago. I remember people really were losing money, and now I guess with the lockout in one of the big leagues, maybe some people are trying to tell us that they're not making as much money as they are. But those are my words, not your all. So let's talk a little bit more practically. Once these investments happen, I guess, I don't know, you've got several you could choose from in Arctos, but how does the business of the teams change? And I guess I have a similar question for you, Mark, from the MLS perspective. Other than the money, what's some evidence I can see of fund involvement in a team?
So it's just, it's relatively new, right? We haven't had, it's like 6 months for the 2 investments that we've had. We have high expectations that, as I said earlier, that the people who run the funds have broad experience in our industry, and that they're going to add strategic value to the clubs. In our case, both of the deals were pretty much related either to acquisition or a shareholder transaction than the other case. And so we're starting now to see how that may translate into growth ideas for the future, but we're pretty confident that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, look, when we started the firm, our thesis was we're passive investors. We're going to pick great management teams, great markets, great franchises and brands, great leagues to partner with, and that they are going to drive the growth in a relatively hands-off way. What we've experienced is that there is a desire for us to share best practices and ideas in certain areas, but each franchise is different, and I think that's what's compelling about what we're doing. In some cases, it's, hey, can we talk about how do we grow? Hey, we don't yet have a cryptocurrency sponsor. How have you seen other teams thinking about this? Can you help us navigate that? And others, it's, hey, we want to acquire another team in a different league or in a different market. Can you help us? Have you heard of anything that's for sale? Or can you help us evaluate what the right valuation would be? But we are very much see ourselves as just really good partners. We want to work collectively. And I think over time, what we'll try to do is just try to bring as many best practices, data and analytics, which is, we love the folks at Kager and what Jess is doing, and we think that's a really great partnership you guys have, is to help increase the sophistication across the industry.
How did the pandemic affect the use case, so to speak, for fund money in teams? I guess.
Well, we launched our policy in June of 2020, so we were right at the beginning of the pandemic, and we've done 2 deals since then, really just in the last 6 months. So we didn't see much of an impact on the pandemic. We saw it on our business. There were no fans in 2020. We were fortunate to get most of our stadiums back to capacity in 2021, and in 2022 we'll be pretty much entirely back to capacity. So although our business was impacted, we didn't see interest in our clubs wane in any way. We did a number of different transactions. We did 3 sales in 2021, all at valuations that were similar to what was happening pre-pandemic. So we didn't see an impact of the pandemic on this aspect of it in our business. In addition, we had a number of other achievements during the pandemic. We opened 3 new stadiums, each of which cost more than $350 million to build. So I think it just shows, again, somebody used the word resiliency of sports. I think, if anything, that was really shown in the last 2 years, and we came out of it in good shape.
So the reason I ask is, before the pandemic, if you had imagined this scenario on a whiteboard, I might have said, yeah, maybe there's less interest in growth capital, less stretching for the future, and more recapitalizing, more buying people out, or more infusing the team with liquidity. I don't know if that happened at the scale that we thought it would, but I think it probably happened in a few isolated cases. From Arctos' perspective, did the nature of the deals you were seeing change as the economics changed, temporarily, but changed so dramatically?
Yeah, so we started the firm in the fall of 2019. Before we did, we thought through a lot of risks to the business, and before we stopped doing other things in our lives and focused on this. Having a global pandemic was not on that list of risks, as you can imagine. And so when that started happening in February, March of 2020, it was a meaningful shift to the landscape. And there were a couple of weeks where this was before we closed our fund, where we were like, oh my God, are we out of business? Is this not going to happen? Fortunately, our financial partners stuck with us. I think the financial markets were quite resilient, and people saw that there was light at the end of the tunnel. And so, but it did shift, to your question, it did shift how we were able to partner with franchises. I think there was a somewhat acute need in some cases for capital to help navigate through the pandemic. But I think that it also just accelerated the conversations with leagues and teams and owners about how we could help them and how we could be helpful. So it has clearly shifted, I think, and maybe shook the industry in a positive way in our view, but it wasn't something we would have predicted. But I would ask Ben, I mean, from your client's perspective, did the pandemic make buying into sports assets more attractive, less attractive, or it was always?
It was really an extraordinary thing, because the expectations for distress in the second quarter of 2020, and you can see this in the reserves that the banks built. In a couple quarters, the banks in this country built $200 billion of reserves with the expectations that you get all kinds of credit problems. didn't happen. And the reason for that was an extraordinary policy response with the Federal Reserve, from the Congress in terms of stimulus. And as a result, everyone was expecting things to happen on the distress side, but they didn't. And instead, valuations went up quite quickly. The market bottomed, I think, in March or April, early April, and valuations actually went to new highs, especially as expectations for low interest rates continuing for a long period of time were set. So I think it triggered a lot of conversations, but the valuations didn't reset, and so then you see transactions that happen at new highs. So it was a really interesting period.
So the mix, I think it's fair to say that Arctos, you've done a deal or two in every sort of broad category of buying out an existing LP, buying and acquiring a team altogether with a group, and growth capital infusion. Maybe the mix of that has changed a little bit, but mostly those are still three core reasons you'd be good in getting into a team, and they all still exist in the same way they did at start. So, okay, you're right. Sometimes it's amazing to think that this wasn't a more severe hit than it was. So
Absolutely.
One of the questions that came in from the audience, and thank you for bringing them in. I don't like just saving them for the end when everyone's tired. We'll mix them in as we get going. One of the questions was, I guess again, this could be for all three of you, but probably primarily Jordan. What are the quick wins you look for once you do invest in a team? What are the sort of the things that you want to see that this is really worth the time and the money, and and proof that what you're doing is working? I know it's passive, but do you see something that ideally develops in the short term?
Well, look, when we talk to the ownership groups and the management teams before we invest, we want to understand their aspirations for growth, for platform building, for improving the business, and ask how we can help them, and if we can at all, right? And I think what we try to look for are on those couple of 2 to 3 big growth vectors or area or pain points, like how is it going? Has it gotten better? Have we been helpful? And have we brought the right resources to bear? So whether that's, we have 18 advisors that work with us across a range of areas of capability, from ticketing to social media to media rights, et cetera, and can we be helpful in those big areas? But look, some of it, this is sports. Some of it is how does the ball bounce? Did you score a goal in that playoff game or did you not? And that element we can't control, and so we try to focus on how can we be helpful and in enabling our partnership groups.
Mm-hmm. Mark, from the league's perspective, do you see direct evidence of, now that a team's got a fund involved in it, do you see things happening differently?
Well, in our case, the one that Arctos is involved with was the acquisition of a club that we needed new ownership for.
Salt Lake.
Pardon me?
In Salt Lake.
In Salt Lake.
Yeah.
It was a club that the league actually took over operations for the club for a variety of different reasons, and was looking for a new ownership group, and brought in an outstanding, as Jordan said, David Blitzer and Ryan Smith, who owns the Jazz in Utah. And having Arctos as part of the capital structure, I think, was an important part of getting that deal done. So it helped us achieve, from a league perspective, a very, very important objective. As we talked about earlier, there will be other uses for this type of capital. Some of it will be growth capital, there's no doubt about it. And I expect within the next year or so we'll see deals in our league that are aimed at that. But so far, it's been more on the acquisition side, but really important acquisitions.
Right, makes sense. Let's talk about the growth, because I think that's really exciting. Every operator I've ever talked to on the business side of a pro team has a million things they would love to do that would probably help everybody out a lot and make a lot of money, but there's just not enough people in the room to do it. So what is sort of the vision for an ideal deployment of growth capital through a private equity fund in a sports team right now?
So a couple things. One is infrastructure, right? So we're continuing to grow our league, and so we've had a policy of requiring people either to build a new stadium or make a significant investment in an existing stadium to make it work for us. That requires a lot of capital, and so we have a number of projects that are still on the drawing boards that are going to require capital, and I see both sort of on the debt side and institutional side an opportunity to have capital help us build that out. A second area, and Ben talked about this, is we've got a massive investment that we've made in player development. which has a number of positive benefits to us. One is it's a brand extension. Everything that we do from a development perspective helps extend our brand in the communities where we're operating, helps develop players that can come in and improve the quality of our clubs. And then in soccer, it's unique, as people may know. Internationally, player contracts are not traded. You actually sell the rights to that player contract for a transfer fee. And we were not big participants in that market even 2 or 3 years ago. In the most recent, what called transfer window, when this activity takes place, we were the 4th in the world in terms of outgoing transfers. So young players, their contracts being sold for $10 or $20 million, all as a result of the investment we made in our player development programs. And so I think there's going to be a big push to continue to grow that area, and that's got a whole bunch of capital needs associated with it. Some of it's infrastructure. Our clubs have training facilities that are among the best in the world. Some of it's programmatic. But I see that's the next big area where investment's going to be needed. Part of that is we're going to launch, just in a few weeks now, a second league, a development league below Major League Soccer that will have both MLS-affiliated clubs, but also independent clubs. Our first one is going to be in Rochester. And that's going to bring its own set of capital needs. So I think there's a lot of growth opportunities that we see on the competition side. And then in the commercial side, and many of the panels that you've already had here at the conference have identified, whether it's blockchain or NFTs or sports betting, all of these areas are areas of tremendous growth potential for the league and its clubs and require capital. So I think we're going to find a lot of uses in the coming year.
Jordan, Ben, anything?
Yeah, I mean, I would add, I think that's exactly right. The MLS is unique in the sense that the player development pipeline can be a source of monetization. Look, when you look at the core business of professional sports teams, there's a lot of increased sophistication that can be applied. And whether again, with Kager's doing and Ben with you folks on ticket pricing and data and analytics, and that area is something that we think teams should be investing to grow in. But there's a lot of, look, this is amazing content, right? And this is content that is unique, proprietary, unscripted, mostly from the teams and leagues. How do you get that and distribute that on a variety of new platforms over time, whether that's as things emerge and more towards a direct-to-consumer world? How do you look internationally? Many of the leagues, the NFL is a league that started to do that recently, to actually target specific markets internationally. Big opportunity. Obviously, all the technology-driven things that Mark described, but I wouldn't underestimate just the importance of keeping your building fresh and creating new spaces and enhancing that in-game live experience for folks, so that you can drive higher ticket prices, you can enhance the premium experience, you can enhance the value of coming to a game, which continues to be one of the largest drivers and sources of revenue across the industry. There's a ton of growth capital that's needed across teams and leagues, and it's an exciting time to be deploying that capital in our view.
What Jordan just said touched on a theme that is impacting our entire firm. We're looking at personalization, and if you have millions of clients, I don't think it matters what business you're in. A cookie cutter kind of one size fits all is not the way of the future, and I think the firms that can embrace big data, analytics to deliver a customized experience, so that what I experience in the stadium is not the same as what my neighbor experiences. It's the same thing for investments. We actually bought in the fourth quarter of 2020 another Boston-based company called 55IP, which is helping us toggle your tax exposure, your ESG exposure, all your different preferences to deliver Jordan's portfolio. Right? And I think it's similar in sports. I think if you just deliver one experience for everyone and expect them to embrace that, it's not as effective as personalization.
It's such a great point about I think the industry over the last 10 to 15 years in particular, probably even the last 7 to 10 years, has really made an effort to bring best practices from other industries into the sports ecosystem and to leverage them. And you're describing several that are critical. The other cool part about sports, what I think is really unique, is just because it's in many ways it's a part of the cultural zeitgeist, whether it's crypto or it's AR and VR or it's the next social media platform, those things are built in many ways on the backs of professional sports teams and leagues, right? And just look at all the the arenas that have new naming rights partners that come from some of these emerging technologies. And so the leagues and teams have an opportunity to really continue to be at the center of those new growth areas that are changing our society and driving a lot of eyeballs and attention. We think that's really exciting for valuations, but also for the sustaining engagement of our fans and these leagues over time.
So I know, I'm going to phrase this as an either-or question. I know the answer is both, but I guess maybe we can find a way to say something interesting without just saying both. And it's about whether the IP of these beloved sports teams or the technical capabilities of big data and the direct-to-consumer and personalization efforts are more appealing to an investor. Because I think of a classic 3 to 5 year time frame, and I think, let's go software as a service, let's go direct-to-consumer, big valuation boosts very rapidly. But I hear other people that say that, you know, the real value here is that people love the Patriots, the Cowboys, whoever it is. Is it just both, or is one really driving the train right now?
I think brand is something that already exists, and you've got to keep working on that. But personalization is the experience, and I think that's where the future is going. Make everyone's experience with the brand different, and a little bit. I think that's really effective, and that's something we're working on. So maybe one more than the other, but both. Sorry.
That certainly is both.
No, there's no question it's both. And Ben just said, though, that the power of brand and connection, which is generational, is one of the more unique aspects of the professional sports business, and really the key to continuing to grow our fans and deepen the engagement that we have with our fans. And so, and I'm sure there have been panels about this at the conference, everything you do has to be through that lens in thinking about the fan and how that fan relates to you and to your club and to your brand. And so I agree that there are a variety of different things as industry leaders that we need to do, personalization being one of them, and looking at how technology can be used effectively. But at the core of it, that you need the brand to be healthy, and that is what everything else emanates from.
Mm-hmm. Anything to add?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned SaaS. Like we joke a lot internally about, like, if you look at the longevity of sports brands, like the Yankees being 100 years old, and the many of the original 6 NHL teams being 90 plus to 100 years old, and just the longevity of those brands. My partner Doc talks about this a lot. Like, we've been through a lot in this country. The New York Yankees and Major League Baseball have been through multiple pandemics, multiple world wars, a Cold War, 9/11, et cetera, and the Yankees are still there. Do I know for sure that in 5 to 7 years, SaaS Company A and SaaS Company B are both going to be here, or that they're going to be completely disintermediated by some new technology? I have no idea. I'm pretty sure the Yankees and the Red Sox are going to be there.
Yeah.
And so the brand, the longevity, the durability, and the affinity of these brands, and it's not just the teams, it's the leagues, and it's also the stars and the players. And you know, again, getting back to that idea of you're investing in 1/30th of the league, right? We know players, even more so than ever, there's a fluidity to which team they're playing for, and who the, you know, if you're a LeBron fan, you may have followed him around a couple different cities and followed him, not necessarily the team. And so that accrues to the league, and it accrues to all the teams and all the players, because it's a rising tide for league revenues, which are shared, you know, really well with the players. So I think that it's the brand, it's the narrative, it's the storytelling. That's the key element. The data and analytics will help to maximize the value of that.
Mm-hmm. And there's plenty of capital to infuse in all of that we just talked about, in the brand experience and in the software and the analytics, the tools that might be able to maximize that. So one thing we haven't talked about too much, and there's lots of good audience questions, so I promise we'll get to them, but one thing briefly I wanted to talk about, mostly for you, Jordan, is within your fund, within your investors and your partners. I think when I first learned of this concept, I thought, well, these are some people who are going to need to change their perspective on what private equity is, because sports are so different from what we typically see. But maybe not as different as they once were from a traditional private equity target. In what ways do your investors need to come into this with a different frame of mind than they might be used to?
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, we structured Arctos to be long-term holders of assets. One of the things that the leagues were very clear on from the beginning is, we don't want you to look like traditional private equity, where you come in, you know, barbarians at the gate, 3 to 5 years, you put a ton of leverage on, you pound the table, you fire everyone on the management team, and then you sell the thing in 3 to 5 years. That's the antithesis of what the leagues want. They want long-term partners that they can rely on, who can be there, and really allow the control ownership groups and families to make the decisions. And so we had to communicate that very clearly to, as part of our value proposition at Arctos to everyone. And so, the corollary that we point to in the private equity industry, and my partners, so when we formed Arctos, myself and Dr. O'Connor, who was my colleague at Madison Square Garden and was the CEO, managing partner at CAA for many years, we partnered with two amazing people who come from the private equity industry, in particular from the private equity secondaries and GP stakes business, and they know how to be passive limited partners. They know how to structure funds that allow for to be long-term holders, and that's a very, very robust, and Ben can attest to this, very large, robust segment of the private equity industry that, by the way, I had no idea about coming from Madison Square Garden, but that corollary has allowed us to, I think, tell a really robust story about how the firm is built and how it works.
Mm-hmm. So we've talked almost entirely about 4 particular North American sports leagues. Where else should private equity be looking for opportunities in sports? A lot of what we've been talking about are fairly unique to American sports leagues, with the security of not going anywhere and the cost controls, but surely there are other things you all are looking at, or that people might look at. What's next on the list? I guess that's probably for you, Jordan, but welcome thoughts over here too.
Yeah, I mean, analytics, big data. I think there's something like 20 SPACs with $6 billion looking for deals. So I mean, there's just not a lot out there that you can buy. I think that's part of the challenge and one of the reasons valuations keep going up.
Mm. But are there motorsports, a sport that's popular in some part of the world that I'm not thinking of, that was an obvious play here?
Look, private equity's been in sports for decades.
Sure.
Right? And they've been partners with many of the biggest leagues in a variety of ways. And, in some cases, they actually own leagues or big segments of leagues in Europe or in other sports like rugby, et cetera, and cricket. The Formula One's another great example. What we tapped into was that there was really very little investment from private equity into franchises themselves, and that was sort of the white space that we saw and that we think required and was an opportunity for the leagues and the ownership groups to change and benefit from. But there has historically been a lot of investment in and around sports, whether that's media companies, whether it's leagues,
Sure.
whether it's technology companies, data and analytics. And I think that's going to continue, and it should continue, right? Because that broad market's huge.
Yeah, and I think that you will see with the leagues, certainly over time, business opportunities that develop that, well, maybe not directly spun off, but can stand on their own and have their own capital structures and take advantage of, as Ben talked about. Leagues are wonderful laboratories for so many of the new business ideas that are coming out. And so I think there's going to be fund opportunities in terms of providing capital for those types of initiatives over time, too.
Makes sense. Another question from the audience, going back to the valuation question. How do you differentiate asset valuation for existing franchises versus new franchises/expansion teams? And are the challenges and uncertainties of expansion teams enough to dissuade investors from going that route? Clearly it hasn't been, at least in a couple of cases, but take a stab at those, Jordan?
So on expansion, I find that the people who are behind expansion projects are among the most passionate people that we deal with. And going back to what we talked about, drives valuation, there is often, in addition to the financial component, a real strong sense of what this can do for a community. In many cases, the stadiums and the things around the stadiums are part of urban renewal projects, and or they're part of trying to make cities attractive to younger workers. And it's really exciting for them and for us to be part of trying to do something more broad for a particular community than just providing, a sort of more normal business. And so expansion valuations are not impacted by people's concern about the uncertainty over it. And particularly now in our league, I can speak for us, where we have a track record now of 28 teams. If you have an expansion team, you can do a professional job of modeling what the results are going to look like and how it's going to be, and have a strong sense of what you're going to need to do. So we haven't seen that on the expansion side at all.
I just add, I totally agree. And our team is super proud of having led the financing for SoFi Stadium back in 2018. And now a lot of the conversations around expansion are not just the stadium, but also what's around it and how does it impact the community, which I think is really positive.
Does market size play a big role here? Obviously, there are incredibly valuable and important sports teams that are in relatively small towns, but just the size of the addressable market must matter a little bit. So what's the answer there?
Yeah, absolutely, right? It impacts it because it impacts revenues. Revenues tend to be the primary driver of valuation. It's not the only one, but people tend to apply, price to sales multiples on top of revenue, and revenues tend to be larger in bigger markets. The Packers and teams that have broad affinity like that are some of the exceptions. But the other reason why markets matter so much is how many, ultra high net worth, billionaires or close to billionaires are there in that market who could, if the team were put up for sale tomorrow, buy that team? And are there, we like in the Bay Area, it's the area that's had 50% of billionaires in North America over the last 10 years were created in the Bay Area, right? And so there is just more of a concentration of wealth there than there is clearly in places like New York and others. So I think the valuation, just because there are more buyers who are in the local market. But one of the factors we look at a lot is flying time, right? Like how far from New York is that market? Or how far from LA is that market? And that's a factor to consider, right? And it'll be interesting to see how that plays out and over time as more Americans are acquiring teams in Europe. Like, what does that mean as well? But yeah, markets matter for sure, but it's not the only determinant. You are still one of the 30 teams in the league.
Right.
I will say, though, that spending a lot of time with those folks in the Zoom world, they're a lot less focused on where they have to be during their day job. So if there's an attractive franchise available, maybe in a market that's a 4-hour flight, I think people are a lot more open to it, maybe what it would have been 3 years ago.
I'm sure you're right about that, but I say I am still amazed at how frequently the location of Denver comes up in conversations about the value of the Broncos, and that it's not really a long flight for anybody. And I guess I'm thinking, boy, once you have $8 billion in cash, isn't the world more complicated than just how long the flight is? But it's really not. It's a huge part of it that West Coast wealth, Chicago, even from New York, it's not really so bad. Maybe sometimes the world is less complicated than we think. Nobody wants to be on a plane longer than they have to be. So we're just about wrapped up, unfortunately. We could go on for a long time. This has been great. Speaking of the Broncos, the one league that hasn't come up at all by definition because it doesn't allow this is the NFL. Any reason to believe they reconsider fund involvement and team ownership in the near term, Jordan?
I think we've always been cautiously optimistic that all the leagues would evolve to get there, and I think we saw Rini on the panel. Like, the league has been especially thoughtful on how they rolled out sports gambling and how they're rolling out other elements, and I think they're continuing to be especially thoughtful on this one too. So we're optimistic, and we'd love to be their partners over time.
Great. Well, I'll try to find out if they're getting to that point when I get back to my reporting side of the job. But no indications so far. I think they're probably pretty pleased with how the Broncos thing is going. So they may not get there until they have to. Well, I think we're just about wrapped up, unless there's anything else anyone wanted to add. I think that's been a wonderful hour. Thank you for your time. Everybody, give a hand to Mark, Ben, and Jordan.
Great. I'm going to run to the airport.
Awesome. Nice to meet you, Mark.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for doing this.
Hello, everyone. Did that work? Oh, there you go. Hello, everyone, and thanks again for joining us at the 2022 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Zach Schmitz, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT. It's my pleasure to introduce our panel, The Future of the Fan. Our panelists today are Paul Kane, President of On Location, Tom Garfinkel, CEO of the Miami Dolphins, Jessica Gelman, CEO of the Kraft Analytics Group, and Kim Pegula, co-owner of the Buffalo Bills and Buffalo Sabres. Our panel will be moderated by Abe Madcore from the Sports Business Journal. The panel will be 55 minutes, and please submit all of your questions on Twitter using the hashtag #FutureOfTheFan. And with that, over to you, Abe.
Thanks a lot. How about giving it up for Zach for that great introduction and all the students who are doing a great job here. I think this is live. Good to see everybody. We got a great panel. We're going to bring a lot of energy. I want your questions early and often because we will ask them of the group here. And I want to also recognize, how about the work of Jessica Gelman in doing this event? All right? Give it up for Jess. All right, now we have an easy topic, the future of the fan, or the future fan. And I think there's so many things that we talked about this morning that fit into this. So I'll jumpstart the conversation with a question, and I'll throw it to Jessica Gelman first. What does the fan of the New England Patriots look like and act like in 2035?
I'm going to take it away from the Patriots.
Okay.
I'll do the NFL overall. You know, one of the things that's been the most interesting that we've seen during the pandemic is the changes in behaviors of fans. So there's a couple different dimensions. First is consumption of the fan. It's meaningfully moved to different types of, not just linear, there's lots of digital, there's lots of highlights. So people are talking about a decline in viewership, maybe in a form of viewership, but overall I think the consumption and engagement is significantly higher. I think that's a positive. As we think about the product itself, I'm talking about the field. Obviously, you know, there was a couple good games during the playoffs. Went into overtime. Sorry about that, Kim. It was a phenomenal game. So the product is great on the field, but what happened during the pandemic is that the in-venue experience improved so significantly. Mobile ticketing went from, I think, maybe like 15 teams to all the teams. So lots of new data captured about the customers. Cashless payment in venues, huge. Again, much better experience starting to happen for fans because the people running the teams, the owners of the teams, they know who is actually coming to the games, which they hadn't. You used to know, what, 1 in 3 or 1 in 4. So that is great. And then the last component is the fan themselves. I think a younger fan, a newer fan, was at least identified. And because there were a year of restricted attendance, some of the older NFL fans maybe didn't come to games. And so a new fan was able to come to games, a younger fan. And that was really powerful. So in 2032, I think we will see the NFL still as the most powerful league because of the reaching out and reaching down that has happened in a really powerful way in terms of engaging. The NFL is the only league where attendance went up this past year from 2019. So I think the NFL will still be the league leader. I think we will have lots of new ways to consume. We've talked about virtual reality. I think that will be a thing. I'm interested to hear how Tom will tell me that won't be a thing. I think that the in-game, people going to the games will still be critical. And I think consumption will be multi-channel as it is today, but potentially even more significantly.
Who else?
Abe, I know for Bills fans that we're going to go from a folding table to the future of the fan is going to be like a conference table.
Okay, I like that.
I think we're going to elevate our fans, definitely.
More room there to follow, to jump on. But hopefully, we know that by then, you'll be in a sparkling new venue.
Yeah. Well,
in upstate New York. But what does it look like? Will these buildings be smaller? Will there be more premium? Will their experiences be different? Anyone, jump ball. Well, I can't speak to the stadiums because I'm not building stadiums. Kim's building a stadium. I think that if anything, the fans want more from their experiences, and they want more from what they get when they walk into the building to when they walk out. It's how they're treated. It's the hospitality they have. It's the way their seat feels. It's their vantage point of the field. Great example is SoFi. SoFi is a beautiful new stadium. It's one of the most beautiful ones in the world, and they took great care in the way that they designed their pitch, the way they look at every seat has a view of the field and also a view of the screen. The sound, the food, everything just really played a big role. And you could tell that the fan experience there has been kind of extraordinary. And I think that's where the fan is driving. They're looking for that.
And I definitely think, I was at Super Bowl, got a tour of SoFi, and for as beautiful as it is in LA, right? That wouldn't really work in Buffalo. And I think that's the beauty of the fans. Like, our fans are so expansive. You go from 5-year-olds to 99-year-olds and everyone and everything in between. And I think what I love about the NFL and, working on a new stadium is the fact that it doesn't have to be a cookie cutter, right? So what works in SoFi and the beautiful things that they have, we're going to do something that's more maybe geared towards our fan base, our climate, right, as one, in our market. But I think we have a lot of fans, and Tom knows, that travel. And I think they like being able to go to and experiencing different products, different mixes, different stadiums, different experiences. It's not anymore just your market comes to your games. It's the fan goes and travels everywhere, and having different stadiums of different sizes from different markets, I think, is a huge plus.
Huge story in the NFL, of course, about the traveling fan bases. Tom, your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. I think some things, are fundamental, and some things are really going to evolve and change. If you think about what's fundamental, I think we learned even before the pandemic. I watch teenagers, kids on growing up with these devices on social media, and there's a lot of isolation already before the pandemic, and it's why things like Coachella are so popular, Rolling Loud. They might be taking selfies of themselves while they're there, but they're physically present. I think it's fundamental human need to physically experience life together. You become lonely and depressed. They have these blue zones of people that live over 100 years old, and one of the fundamental things they learn about how they live so long is because it's a truly social. It's a social environment in these different places in the world where they have these zones where people live that long. So I think it's fundamental. What we do is important, that people gather physically to experience life together. I don't think that's going to change. I think, in fact, it's going to become, and we've experienced this through the pandemic, it's as important or more important than ever. I think when you look at what's going to change, for me, I'm not an economist, but the world is changing rapidly, socioeconomically and otherwise. I kind of call it the Great Migration. What's happening in Miami right now, in places like Nashville, Austin, Texas, Phoenix, Montana, and then with people leaving New York, California, Illinois, and people staying. I grew up in California. I love California, but I know a lot of people, and I have a lot of friends that have left. I know a lot of people that have left New York City, and through the pandemic and otherwise are changing the way they work, they live, their priorities, how they want to spend their time. Right? Time is a very valuable thing, and I think people value that. Even younger people are valuing it even more than ever. So what does that mean for the fan in 2032? I think there's going to be migration. There's going to be a lot of differentiation by market of these venues. There's a lot more fragmentation. And then there's fragmentation, economically as well. So where we used to have 3 homogeneous seating products, sort of sit in a seat next to 2 people, sit in a cushioned seat next to 2 people, or be back in a corporate suite with 20 people or something. Now you're going to have just an array, and we've started doing this with multiple seating products, multiple different experiences, different ways to experience these events with a group of 2 people, with a group of 5 people. How do you take the tailgate experience when you have your 20 best friends and bring it into the stadium so you continue that into the stadium across all different price points? And the luxury customer now expects and wants something, an experience that's, perfect. But you still have to provide an experience for the hardcore, everyday fan that wants to come out and experience these events with other humans too. So it's it's an array of things, and you've got to provide all of these things, I think, moving forward.
So that's real segmentation, which is challenging.
Yeah, well, the other thing that you're seeing, I mean, Tom, you led this in Miami, maybe a decade ago, where there has to be this massive reinvestment into the venues. You're about to go through this. The Crafts are doing it with Gillette Stadium right now, building out several new premium areas, based on what they're seeing happening. 2 years ago, before COVID hit, it was like, we need more gathering areas in stadiums.
Right.
And so that's shifting. But you asked the question, I do think there is a bifurcation going on. There's going to be more of the premium hospitality, the stuff that Paul is doing, in a meaningful way, because people want personalized experiences. And on the other side, there's going to be more of this get in the door. We're seeing lots of these like membership subscription type concepts that are coming to bear. This is outside the NFL and other leagues that I think is important and valuable and will continue to accelerate. It'll be less thrills. So you're going to have like more Mint, JetBlue, and then more, Southwest, and the venues and the owners are going to have to make those adjustments.
Yeah, but the experience, I want to build off of what you were saying and what Kim was saying before too, is that the experience is more than just what's happening in your seat. It goes on forever. In our world, at least at On Location, the experience starts from the moment you decide you want to go. Because that's when your experience journey begins, because you're starting to think about it and conceptualize it. And then ultimately, after you've done it, everything you've done along the way crystallizes that into the experience. We call that our purchase to memory concept, that's our product, is when you decide you want to go to when you come home and talk about it. So the demand that fans have is, how can I have that experience beyond the seat? And that's where the relationship with the sport, with the team, with the idea matters. So lots of NFL fans, as we know, travel. So how we travel them, how we welcome them into new markets, what kind of experiences that we can do. We just finished the Super Bowl. We handled friends and family for the Bengals, as an example. And we watched their journey go way beyond the stadium. So it's a full comprehensive product that we have to think about. So to answer the question about where's the fan 10 years from now, it's going to be, like all businesses, they're going to be in a lot of control. They're going to make a lot of choices with their dollars and their time, the two most valuable assets they have, and make those choices based on who is hearing their demands the most. I do want to point out, it's not just about a luxury customer, because you have to redefine what luxury is. It's about the customer. For some people, they'll spend like $100,000 because they made it that morning, and others are spending $500, but it's taken them a whole year to save for that. So you have to respect how they enter into the fan or into the moment, and not just establish that based on the price they're paying. So you have to respect that journey throughout that entire process.
So it sounds to me like it will still be a very much focused on a live, shared experience in a venue.
Yeah.
So it doesn't become purely studio sports. It sounds to me like it's going to be, like you said, Jess, bifurcated a little bit, segmented, but it's not going to be purely elitist, it doesn't sound like.
It can't be.
Right,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
it can't be. I mean, look, we learned, I spent a lot of my career in media, like you did, Abe, and I can tell you that if people can, they will be there live. They will. If they can't be there live, they'll watch it, or they'll read about it, or they'll listen to it. But they want to be there live. And that's what, so that's the way a fan leans in. It's just, you have to decide how you want to bring them into it.
Have you ever watched a great moment in sports, and for whatever reason, you were alone?
Yes.
Or a great moment in, I remember I was watching Game of Thrones, with my wife a few years back, whatever. And for whatever reason, she was out of town, and I cheated and watched it without her. And it happened to be the Red Wedding episode. And I was like, I jumped up. I was like, no, like I couldn't believe it. And I thought to myself, this sucks that I'm watching this by myself, And so if you've ever been and had to watch a sporting event on TV, a team you love, something that you love, and you're alone, it's just not the same thing. So the community of it and the energy of it is different when it's live. And whether you're live or whether you're watching it, if you're watching it with a group of people live in the moment, it's different than watching it after the fact or, by yourself.
I also think, Abe, you know, as we talk about, you know, whether you have the super fan that wants the cheap tickets or you've got a luxury box fan, the idea is that we're not competing with another club. We're not competing with another league. We're competing with technology, the Ubers. We're competing with, you know, DoorDash, right? Like, you know, who knew DoorDash was going to be so, I mean, I'm paying extra money to get food delivered to me when it's literally like a half a mile down the street, right? Just behaviors have changed. So, so we have to be aware that the things that we put, whether it's inner stadium or out of the stadium, the experiences have to apply to a base set of things that fans expect, no matter what product that or what price line that they're doing, because they want things easy, right? They don't want it complicated. They want it access, and if you want to make it, personalize it, and segmenting it, that every fan wants to feel a part of a big group, but they also want personalization. Yeah, and they have a base set level of expectations that they're going to have from clubs, and that's, like I said, in competition with everything else that we have going on in our world.
So Kim makes a really good point. So let me ask the two day in and day out team leaders, so Tom and Kim, when you hear from your fans and they say, in the future, I wish as a fan of the Bills or the Dolphins I could do this, or this was easier for me as a fan, what is it?
Get warm.
So it's comfort. It's comfort.
Yeah, comfort.
Isn't that part of the experience, though, of going to a game in Buffalo? I mean,
are you sitting outside in Buffalo?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
You've had a lot of December games with us. Yes.
It's the only, I'll just say it's the only venue we go to where the opposing fans actually moon us right in front of our suite. It's great.
At least you get a suite, though. That's good.
Well, sort of, you
remember that, Kim. Next year, put him
but
in
I'll
the
say this, in all seriousness, it is a great place to watch a football game. It's intimate. It's loud. The fans are into it. You know, there's intimacy there, and the energy there is palpable every time we play there. So I think that the point of that is, again, they're all very different. You know, some of them are bigger. Some, you know, you go to Dallas, it's very different than going to Buffalo. The new stadium in L.A., Atlanta. Every place you go is very different, and I think the fans are different, and the markets are different, and I think they should. I think they'll stay that way.
But in terms of, is it ingress, egress? Is it elasticity of pricing? Is it still food and beverage? Is there any other theme that the future of the fan experience will be far more?
It's all of the above, because they have alternatives, you know, and it's all of the above, and it's something we work hard at every day, whether it's the line at the bathroom, the ingress, egress. You know, we put pedestrian bridges and tunnels in to alleviate traffic to make it easier for people to get in and out. It's their tailgate experience. It's their experience in the venue. It's, you know, young people today are watching. I talked to Bob Chapek about this at Disney. He was saying, you know, his kids sit around and they've got 4 different screens going on while they're watching something at once.
That's fun.
You know, there's shorter attention spans, but there's a lot of engagement, which is good. So I think from that standpoint, you know, when I was 23 years old or whatever, I was living in Chicago, and I'd spend all Sunday, you know, with a group of friends, and we'd go to High Tops, and we'd watch football all day. And, you know, you don't do that anymore, like 23-year-olds. They don't necessarily go watch the entire game every minute of the game. They've got all kinds of different things going on, but they're still very engaged, and in some ways more engaged, and I think that's an opportunity.
Question from the audience. It's a good one. I said I'd get to them early, so let's get right at it. The pandemic made us realize how important it is to nurture our non-ticket buying fans as well. So in what ways do you see teams effectively fulfilling the fans of the future in this practice? So non-ticket buying fans, what will their experience be in the future?
I mean, NFTs obviously has been a pretty hot topic already today. There was a bunch that was done within the NFL this year, the most significant with Ticketmaster, where they were providing them to every person who attended a game when they attended a game. And that was a pretty basic utility. There wasn't something that you necessarily got from it. But from my perspective, I think NFTs are a massive future loyalty program. And it won't just be for coming to games. I think fans who are not currently maybe able to attend games will be able to earn value from NFTs and the different types of efforts that they make to have the utility to get access potentially to come to games. That is a huge area of focus. But the other thing that we saw during the pandemic, and I think, Paul, you can probably speak the best to this, is that the teams were engaging more with content like videos and having experiences, meet and greets, things that they may have historically done in person, they were now doing digitally, which allowed it to reach a lot more people. And it still felt personalized because you could ask questions in a chat. And
yeah. No, just building on that, we saw a big rise in our virtual business. And we have a platform called On Location Live, which allows, in the non-sports world, typically music, entertainment, culture, where musicians will play acoustic or give meet and greets or give tours of their houses or bring them into the studio. Those kinds of unique, intimate moments really were designed. We built this during the pandemic, by the way. We launched it in the beginning of the pandemic for the purpose of maintain that connection for some of our artists that needed work. But the key thing that the insight we were building off of was that any form of entertainment, whether it's sports, music, culture, whatever it is, the old model was that there was a big barrier between the stage and the fan. And that barrier has been eliminated through social. The expectation now is that there's a real relationship. And the ones who do it really well utilize social channels and other channels to maintain and build a dialogue so that they are listening as well as speaking. That's new. That's being now moved into more sports where the fan, because they feel like, in some ways, they feel like an owner. Sometimes they are an owner. They are fantasy owners, and they play like owners.
And they tweet like one.
And they tweet like them, and they get angry, and all of that. And then at the same time as feeling like sometimes an owner, they feel like they want to participate. They feel like they earned the right to have a relationship with the team, the players, and the experience. So even though you're not a ticket buyer, there are many touch points that you can bring into it. That's why the draft is so good, because it really is the most democratized access to the league is through the draft. Some of the other celebrations, look what happened in LA. I mean, many of the fans did not go to the stadium, and they felt like they were part of the game.
I don't know if there's anyone here from the Seattle Kraken or not in the audience, but
Seattle, I see a hand.
Okay,
I see a Kraken.
maybe I was told this, so it's rumor that they have a program in which they have a membership loyalty program for non-ticket. We focus on a season ticket holder, right? And all the benefits that we give a season ticket holder. But they actually have a program focused on non-ticket buying fans, where they embrace them and they get to be part of the team, and they get treated, in a way collectively together, but the expectation of them buying a ticket is just totally off. It's just, hey, come into our larger family of fans. And I thought it was a great idea. I just, we don't do it yet, but I know that's something that we're looking into. But I was told that Seattle does that, and I don't know if other clubs do it or not, but I think that's just another way of engaging our fans, all the different fans that we have, even if they're not ticket buyers.
Well, and I just, sorry, real quick, just wanted to add, but also the data that's available on those fans today and the information that we have at our fingertips to be able to, you do this, there's tons of customer lifetime value models that could be built. You came in through this channel. We have historically season ticket members who have converted that have come in through this channel, and here's the value they've created. And so all of this net new data that honestly was driven by the teams being more aggressive with outreaching during the pandemic is hugely impactful and powerful.
Well, think about the fans both of your franchises that spend currency that's not in tickets. They buy uniforms. They give you rating points. They do a lot to engage with your brand, with your franchises without actually owning a ticket. Those are important fans.
Well, I think too, the customers, the fans are empowered more now. They're organically creating their own experiences. So whether that's through technology, they're able to gather. We have, we're very fortunate to have fans in a lot of different places, and there's a fan club of Rhode Island. There's a fan club of New York that gets together, and they call it the MetLife Takeover, and they literally buy 2,000 tickets at MetLife, and they all sit together and they tailgate together. And you go to the parking lot at MetLife before we play the Jets every year, and there's 2,000 Dolphins fans together because they're able to aggregate themselves through social media and other methods. And there's a bar in New York City called Slattery's that's like the Dolphins bar. And so I think fans are creating their own experiences, whether they buy tickets or not. They're aggregating, they're gathering, and all the different ways to engage on the content. They're finding ways to do it on their own. And then we watch this and say, oh, that's cool. How do we help enhance that now that they've put this together? We build relationships with something they've organically created on their own.
All morning I've been hearing about NFTs. I'm not an expert, but I'll ask you, Tom, what do you see as the utility of NFTs as a team lead? I know Jess mentioned the experiment this year on the ticketing side, and Michael Rubin and Gary Vee were talking about it as a huge asset in ticketing. But where else do you see the utility?
Yeah, I don't know that I can add much to what Gary Vee or Michael would say about NFTs, but I mean, I can say from a blockchain technology standpoint, envision where, we own a ticket. It's essentially like owning a house or something. We rent the house to somebody, and then we don't, through Ticketmaster, through data, we now know if they sublease it out to somebody else, kind of who that person is. But through blockchain technology, we could actually take, a piece of every transaction. We would have that data in a more robust way. So I think, blockchain technology is going to drive ticketing in the future, and there's going to be opportunities for both consumers and, venues, asset holders, whatever, to use it in the right way. And the NFTs are part of that. There's opportunities to create all kinds of different content around NFTs that become valuable. And again, without getting too, I don't know there's much I can add to what Gary Vee and Michael already said. They're kind of the experts on it.
I think we're pretty far away from blockchain with ticketing. And I say this because if we look at, say, mobile wallet 10 years ago, it had, maybe 200 million people that were on it. Now it's, 15x that. So that's about 50% of mobile users who are on it. Versus like crypto today is 100 million, so it's less. So even if you look ahead, that's only like maybe 1.5 billion if you do that 15x, and that's 20% in, of what we're thinking about. That to me is like, I don't know if there's enough adoption. We for Kager are doing an NFT for SSAC, and the process for me to get a wallet, get the NFT, I had to make sure I was using the right blockchain. There's no interoperability across blockchains. I think we're pretty far away from ticketing driving blockchain. I'd like to think it's possible, but we're far away from it.
I want to ask the question of the audience. Please raise your hand. Coming out of COVID, raise your hand if your sports fandom has decreased. Decreased. That's awesome. So everybody here is a stronger sports fan. That is good news.
Hey, Abe, selection bias.
Selection bias? Yeah. Question for the panel. The future of the fan, is it more tied or less tied to sports gambling?
I'll tell you firsthand account. I saw an increase. Just at the Super Bowl, I was blown away by this. I didn't actually expect this at all. In our top ticket buyers, we have a section called On the 50, which is where our most expensive tickets went. And they went for, upwards of $50,000 to $100,000 per ticket. It was like that group. The amount of people gambling from their seats blew my mind. And there was a row of people that were sitting literally across the whole row, all wearing basically uniforms of casino uniform, and they were sent from a casino, clearly, and they were gambling from their seat. The reason why it was amazing, and I talked to a few of them to say, like, what made this different? They said that the Wi-Fi connection in the stadium was so good that they were able to do that, where a lot of stadiums, they weren't able to do that. To me, that was an incredible insight, as like, wow, that note of providing that service, of being able to do that from the seat, is something that will attract a really unique buyer. It felt like, in portions, it wasn't the whole section, by the way, it wasn't Bedlam, but it was portions of it. It felt like that was their version of the sports book. Instead of watching on TV with multiple screens, they were in their seats watching the sports book and gambling from their seat. It was kind of a moment.
Yeah, 5G will help that as well, because you can't have latency if you think about it, right? So if you used to go to Vegas to a sports book and bet the spread on a game or something, now it's more the prop bets. It goes back to the short attention spans and, is it going to be a run or pass? Is the next pitch going to be a ball or a strike? You can't have latency if you're going to you're going to bet on that in the moment. So it's really, I think it's about engagement and another reason to engage. If anybody's been to a baseball game, you sit there with a friend and you bet whether, when the umpire throws the ball back at the end of the inning, whether it's going to stay on the mound or roll off the mound, right? And so, people are doing it. I don't know. I think they've already been doing it. I think they can use technology to do it and engage more frequently as a result.
New York State, I mean, close to over $1 billion in handles in a month,
5 weeks,
right?
say 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
So the fact that, I know that's across all the sports in New York State, but the fact that that's just one state and, there's not that many sports teams in the state of New York, but the fact that you have that kind of engagement, you can't get that in attendance in a stadium, right? I mean, you can't, so you've got to believe that it is helping with the engagement, like Tom said, and there's new adopters coming into the game if just to bet and kind of learn and understand, and then others that are not just, they're a fan of one team, but, they've got skin in the game. Like Paul talked about ownership, like they actually have like dollars on outcomes, and so they feel empowered, and you got to think that only helps, really increase the fandom and bring more people to the game.
What's the difference now that you've been around both organizations for so many years, for a few years, Kim, between a Sabres fan and a Bills fan, in terms of their behavior and in terms of their actions?
Yeah. For us, I have a hard job, so I've got one team that's building and another team that's kind of peaking. So it's hard to you got to adapt for two different groups. But I would say, we don't have a ton of crossover, actually, believe it or not, in terms of, we have a few, but not as many as you would think that living in the same market, that they would, be a ticket buyer to both. But I would say there is, the NFL's, the platforms, the amount of data, the engagement that the league and clubs all do, and the national games, and the broadcast eyeballs on it, it just, it amplifies that engagement so much more than I think hockey does yet. And I think hockey did a great job of going with ESPN and getting into streaming and taking those steps. But just the NFL, I think just the larger audience just encompasses just a bigger fan base.
I think what the NFL did, we oversee the integrated ticketing platform for the NFL, which all the teams have access to, and it is pulling all of the ticketing data, the primary and the secondary, SeatGeek, Ticketmaster, StubHub. But that has given the NFL and the teams such a huge advantage. I mean, this year alone, they identified 4 million new customer names. The 3 previous years, I mean, it's basically equal to the 3 previous years. So the NFL is providing and enabling tools to help the teams nurture, grow, and manage those fans better. And that's a big differentiator. And that's, again, why the NFL is succeeding.
Jess, you and I have talked a lot about this. At times you've expressed some concern about the rate of attendance, I would say the consistency in attendance, and voice some concern that we could see some sort of attendance erosion across sports. As we sit here in March 22, how do you feel about the overall next year or 24 months?
I mean, from how we look at it or how I think about it, it's about knowing who your customer is, period, full stop. And if you're not engaging your customer in the right way and making them aware of opportunities and personalizing those communications through segmentation, then it's going to be challenging to keep them. And again, the NFL was the only league that had an increase in attendance this year. Now, there's reasons why. I mean, there were new stadiums that opened and things like that. But, I mean, in the other leagues, we're sometimes seeing, 10, 15% decline. And it has to be about capturing the customer names. Again, this is data and analytics, and using tools to drive. Our partnership with the Eagles was just announced today. They are sold out, but they're planning. I mean, that's innovative. They're planning for to engage their fans, to get more of them, to have those broader programs, and their biggest focus was around fan segmentation and activation tools. We want to know who they are, and we want to be able to communicate quickly and directly with them.
To get them
to engage them, to get them to the games. But I think, we are seeing generally, I think, smaller venues, and that's been happening for a while. But I think that's also because taking people out of the stadiums means that there's less issues with ingress and egress, there's less lines and things like that. It's just the expectations from fans has changed.
And Tom, when you did that renovation at Hard Rock, I mean, you did so many different elements. What was the one element that you were surprised you heard the most positive, like, feedback from fans in terms of a new enhancement?
It's interesting. I think people just appreciate it. Well, first of all, I think the thing people appreciated the most was the shade. You know.
Yeah. So it gets back to.
It's really hot. It gets back to some of the fundamentals: getting in and out easier, the shade, no lines in the bathrooms. You know, we created different products and seating experiences and things that you know didn't exist prior to the renovation, but. And certainly for the luxury customers, I think some of the things we did were, you know, they were pleasantly surprised they could come in and out with no traffic and the big chairs and the food and everything that they had. But I think it was really the fundamentals that they appreciated the most. You know, just the opportunity to be in the shade, to have good food, to get in and out easily, to not have lines, to have clean bathrooms, to have friendly guest services people to help them. Ultimately, it came back to that, really was the most significant.
Not basic blocking and tackling, but the fundamentals of the sports or the fan experience. You know?
Taking out the pain points.
Right.
And taking out bad seats, taking out the traffic, taking out lines, just taking out the pain points and making it seamless for people and easy and fun.
Go ahead, you're in the live.
Oh, yeah. I was going to I thought you were going to ask me a question. I was going to say that what you did really well was eliminate the friction points. You really did, because as someone who loves your stadium, it's made it a nice experience, which it did a great job. But what we did is, what we've been doing and focusing on, and this goes back to what Jessica and I talk about a lot, is how much do we know about the customer in order to establish what those friction points are? How do we better understand the customer? That's where the CAGR comes in a lot of partnerships across the league, and my company too, is the more you understand what customers want, the more you can deliver it, because it eliminates the mystery.
There's one other thing too I'll bring up that I think is important, and as Kim goes to do a new stadium and these things happen, we literally reset the entire seating bowl. So over time, you know, season tickets evolve to where, you know, some forced good seats come open, and instead of, you know, moving somebody in there, you sell them because they're your best seats. We were able to literally really use CRM to try to find cells of people, and then as we went out to sell the new tickets and place people in their new seats, we went out by tenure. So the 1966, you know, I think there was maybe 900 to start. You start there, but we were very deliberate about trying to put people together who wanted to sit with each other. So instead of just being, again, in the lot with 20 people, and then you go into the game and you're sitting with, you know, 4 people, and everybody disperses into their different season tickets, we tried to figure out if we could get those 20 people. We spent like a year really building through CRM, who do you tailgate with, and like doing all this research on our season ticket base, so that and then through CRM, try to marry people together so that we could sit them next to each other in the bowl.
Interesting.
Which creates a lot more stickiness, win or lose, right? Because now they're having experience with their neighbors, their friends, their kids, whatever, where now they're sitting next to each other. So it was a really unique opportunity to try to do that, because it's really hard to do that, you know, as things evolve over time. And I think that was something they appreciated, that they're like, wow, I'm sitting with all the people I know. How did this happen?
I'll tell you what the fans don't want is just to feel like they're just paying more for nothing. I mean, nobody likes the feeling of being sold, or feels like the feeling that they got ripped off. But they love the feeling of indulgence, and they want to feel that feeling of value, regardless of the price point. So because of that human need of feeling that, that's where the touch points really do matter. So it's understanding everything about that fan of what they want, and more importantly, over-delivering on it. And the most important way to over-deliver is through human kindness, human touch, not physically necessarily, but in terms of just the details, making sure that they feel like the gratitude was there. And that's what really separates from a 3-star hotel experience to a 5-star hotel experience. Often it's the touches that make the difference.
I was just going to say that at the end of the day, whether we're, you know, in another universe altogether, or in a digital world and all of that. I mean, the fan will decide, right, if that works or not, right, or when it works. So the fans will decide that. But it all comes down to it's the people, it's the human beings. We're all, at the end of the day, every fan is a human being. And Tom, I was going to compliment you because I know my experience is a little bit different coming in as a visiting owner. But regardless of how much you put into the stadium and all that, the fact that I have the same security guard, Victor, and that is there every game, every year, and that I have the same concessionaire suite service attendant, like that makes the whole game for me, because it's humans, it's people that I know, I look forward to, I ask about, and I can always count on them. So again, back to all, we can talk a lot about that stuff, but at the end of the day, as Paul said, it's people and thinking about people first.
The last thing I was going to say, I mean, Kim, especially as you're going into the stadium build, hopefully, fingers crossed, is that what the fans want does change. And so, we've talked with some clients and prospects who are on a similar path, and the key thing that they talk about is flexibility. There's one NBA arena that said, everyone had clubs in the middle of the arena, and now no one wants to have those seats, but they don't have flexibility. That's not how the venue was designed. And so that becomes how can you not do one size fits all? All of the venues in the NFL are different in some form. They all have little things that are unique to them. But I think we talk about customizing and personalizing communications, but it's the same thing specifically for what the Bills need. And by the way, it's probably going to change in 10 years because the consumers continue to change. We're not necessarily doing these big social gatherings anymore, as an example.
I do think, just to add one thing though, is the teams have the ability and permission to be more involved with the fans' experiences beyond even the sport. Like, we are, as On Location, we cover sports, music, fashion, culture, every form of entertainment. We create experiences for all of those different platforms. And there's no reason, there's the Dolphins or the Bills fans would give their sales or their person who's helping them from the team the permission to say, hey, you're a loyal fan, how about helping you out with a music event and stuff. You host them you do that in your own venue, but you often don't extend it to the rest of their lives. And we start to do that a little bit with teams here and there, but that's an opportunity for an extension. So again, it's a big relationship, right? You're a loyal season ticket holder. That's an important commitment that goes and gives you permission to go as far-reaching.
Well, and it also alleviates the anxiety. I don't know, Tom, you take a bunch of sponsors on a trip and then you lose the game and it's just like, right? So whereas if you can take your best partners and you provide a different experience, right? That's maybe not tied to a win or a loss of a game. Yeah, that's added
come to
value.
the Ryder Cup with us.
Yeah,
we'll take your sponsors with you.
Yeah, and then whoever wins,
Come to whatever. Yeah.
Okay, Paul, enough shilling for your event. All right, here we go. A couple quick questions from the audience. Let's get to them. You mentioned technology. What will be the most type of game-changing technology in the future of the fan? We've talked about digital ticketing, which you talked about in the beginning. What other technologies have you seen, even in the last year, that you think really could be game-changing going forward?
I think the most important piece of technology is the one that everyone carries, which is your phone, and it's every use and extension from that. So it's every platform that gets invented for your device is going to be important to you. So right now, of course, it's gone from social, NFTs, gambling, but also customer service, giving the power of customer service into your phone so that you can have direct dialogues with your representatives is going to become really important.
I think it's a little bit of a ways off, but not as far off as we may think. But spatial computing, which is sort of the next level of AR and VR, the idea that you'll be able to sit in Hard Rock Stadium and wear a pair of glasses that is a form factor similar to the ones I have on, not this giant thing. And you'll look through them and see the stadium as it is, but you'll watch the 1972 Super Bowl as if it's actually playing on the field at Hard Rock Stadium, and it'll look just like Larry Zonka running down the field. And then all of a sudden, you know, a giant dragon will fly in and you'll think it's real. So the idea that you know, spatial computing is kind of taking AR to another level where it's interacting with the physical space and the constraints of the physical space you're in. And the demos of this, you know, are mind-blowing. But with 5G and the advent of that, when that becomes truly ubiquitous, I think what's possible through sort of the doubling of technology in 10 years from now is going to blow our minds. You know, VR for me is you put a headset on. I can't really do it without getting dizzy. I don't know if it's something in my equilibrium, I don't know, but VR is really cool, and there's a lot of things about it that are cool. The metaverse, you know, creating a digital duplicate of the stadium, which we're kind of in the process of starting right now. Where that goes, I'm not really sure, but the idea that you'll be able to wear glasses like this, actually sit in, you know, New York, and your 20-year-old kid could be at college in wherever, Ann Arbor, and you could sit together and watch, and all of a sudden the big screen pops up. You can make it as big or small as you want, and you look to your right, and they're sitting right there like Paul is, and you go like this, and they're not sitting there, and you go like this, and they are sitting there. And you're watching a movie together as if they're sitting right next to you. I mean, these things are going to happen, you know, in our lifetimes, and maybe sooner than we think. And I think spatial computing is going to have a huge impact on everything.
I agree 100% with what Tom is saying.
Except about blockchain ticketing. That's
right. Except for that one. No, but I mean, listen, you know, we have 2 young boys, 5 and 8, and they love Minecraft. And that's how they engage with each other. And I believe, as you're saying, with the spatial computing and the AR, VR, that exactly what you said. I agree 100%. And I don't know what the timing is, but I think that's where we're going. And I think that's great as we talk about currently fans who can't get to the game, right, or aren't able to go to the game for whatever host of reasons. You know, a lot of people are going to be able to experience the game as if they are there, or at least with other people. They won't be alone watching Game of Thrones. And but in this case, there will be a different. It won't feel as good. It feels great to go to a game. The energy at a game is amazing, right? So it'll be different, but it'll allow and extend the experience.
I'm assuming the virtual, the metaverse of a stadium is cheaper than actually building one. I hope that doesn't I hope that doesn't happen.
Your stadium will still be very, very effective and relevant, trust me. No. Yes. I do like the technologies that you were talking about. And this question here is really good. You've all been to so many global events and different global sports. Is there one thing you can take from an international sports event and how they treat fans that should be applied to U.S. sport? I mean, the only thing I could think of, F1 gets unbelievable access, which you have the Miami Grand Prix, unbelievable access to the pits, right?
Yeah, I think racing in the United States is sort of, it was, you know, NASCAR certainly is all about inclusivity. You know, F1 historically was about exclusivity. I think Liberty Media has done a great job of taking F1 to kind of the next level in terms of inclusivity and where that sport is headed right now. Like we have the Miami Grand Prix, you know, Crypto.com Miami Grand Prix coming to Miami in May, and we're very excited about it. You know, we've tried to take really the stadium itself and create a campus now with the training facility, the tennis center, with the Miami Open coming in a couple weeks here, and then the Miami Grand Prix in May. It's really become this sort of entertainment campus, and I kind of envision it when you come out. Usually if you go to a race, you kind of go to your seat in a grandstand, or if you have a grounds pass, you go sit in the grass somewhere, and you kind of experience it the same way all weekend. I'd like people to come and open up this map almost like Disneyland and be able to say, where do you want to go? Because there's so much to do. If you think about all the best restaurants in Miami, which is sort of the center of the hospitality industry right now, Carbone, Swan, Komodo, like they'll all be at the race. And there's so many different hospitality experiences, so many different ways to view the racetrack and view the race, that you could almost go every day and never experience everything there is to experience. And so that's what we're trying to create, is this almost Disneyland experience where do you want to go today, because there's so much to do and we can't get it all in, which is very different.
Any other learnings from international sport that you think could be applied to U.S.?
I actually think it's if it's okay, I actually think it's the reverse in some ways. I think the U.S.-based sports have all started to innovate in ways that the global sports are starting to do. We're the hospitality partner for the Olympics, as an example, and I'm watching the evolution of what we're building for Paris and Milan as being largely driven by some of the experiences that they saw around the NFL. I'm also seeing great innovations by UFC, another one of our partners, and how they're giving more access and more insights to their fans. We just announced this last week our partnership with the WWE. That's an incredible entertainment product. That's an incredible organization who understands fans and build those fans' experiences. Those kinds of things is what I think the rest of the world is taking notice of and saying, how do we capture more of that? The global sports, especially global football, has an opportunity to have a rabid fan base, but the U.S.-based sports have really built an engagement with those fans in a different way.
My man Zach says 5 minutes left. This says 8, but we're going to go with Zach's timer. Jessica Gelman said I could come moderate, but I did ask her if I could end the panel with some quick hitter questions. So I always try to have a little bit fun at the end. And Paul, before you move on from the Olympics, if anybody in this room thinks the Olympics are dead or mired in kind of a tough spot, to his point, Paris in 24 should be an unbelievable.
I can assure you that the Olympics are not dead or mired. I think it's just the opposite. But do you have a question?
No, I don't think there's quite the opposite. But I don't think it's a hold problem.
Here's what it is. The Olympics is more than a sport. It's a combination of many sports. It's also a celebration of the world. But the host markets make a big difference. Paris,
of course,
2024 is going to be an incredible host city, as will LA 28, because they know how to entertain, and they have so much culture and opportunities that go beyond what happens on the court or field. And that I think Paris 2024 is going to give a level of excitement for the Olympics that we haven't seen in a long time.
All right, so I'm going to ask the panelists to keep their answers to a sentence, please. First off, a lot of students in this room. Your advice to students who want to have a successful career in sports business is? Paul, I'll start with you.
I would say, first of all, lean in hard and be curious and connect. Meet as many people in the industry as you possibly can, but be curious.
Tom?
Go where you can learn and produce results. Don't worry about the linear nature of career progression.
Yes.
Have gratitude. There's people who've been here before you, and there's people to learn from who you haven't met yet. But be thankful for the opportunity and patient.
It's a journey, and everything you learn along the way, you may not know how it all fits into what you want to do, but I guarantee you're going to use it someday.
I'm going to start with Tom Garfinkel. Outside of a sport you're invested in now, a growth sport you're watching is?
International soccer.
Jess?
Pickleball.
Interesting.
Tennis.
Of course, good.
Yeah, I'm sorry to be boring. Soccer.
Soccer. Global soccer or MLS even?
Both. I think global soccer is going to be incorporating MLS and everything. I think that's a fast-growing sport that's going to be huge.
This one for Jessica Gelman, again, we'll do the loop. The person in sports business you're watching most closely and why is?
I mean, I did get to pick who was on the panel. It's these guys. They're each doing really innovative and unique things in different ways. Building a stadium, hosting F1, doing the relationship with the Olympics.
Kim Pagula, who's an interesting person in sports business you're watching?
Commissioner Goodell.
Yeah, he's worth watching.
Going on, yes.
He's worth watching.
So yeah, definitely worth watching.
Paul.
I actually work for the commissioner, so I should probably say him too. But Michael Rubin. I would say, first of all, that panel this morning was extraordinary. Jessica, you did an incredible job with them. But he really is very much in the center of the future of all sports.
I was actually going to say Michael. So I'll say Stefano Domenicali.
Okay. CEO of F1. Very important. Very hot property right now. A question here. Finish this one for me. I'll start with Kim. The sports industry needs to do a better job of?
Doing a better job of being proactive and not reactionary.
Paul.
think beyond sports. Sometimes the sports industry could be very insular, and I think that you have to recognize that the world of sport is much wider than sports itself.
Tom.
Diverse hiring practices.
And Jess.
Promoting women.
Promoting women. Very good. And I'll probably end on one more lighter one, but anyone take a shot, you may not want to answer. Is Tom Brady retired? Paul, I'll start with you.
1,000,000% no, because I'm also part of Endeavor, and they represent Tom, and I can tell you that Tom is not, he may retire from football, but he's never retiring. That guy is...
Tom Garfinkel, will Tom Brady play an NFL game ever again?
I don't know, but he's selling a lot of pants right now. I follow him on Instagram. He's selling a lot of NFTs and pants. So I have no idea.
Have you brought
Only Tom knows that.
Have you bought any Brady pants?
I have not yet.
Okay.
They look pretty comfortable though.
You'll have to tell us how those look and how those feel. Jess Gelman, will he play an NFL game again?
No. He's too busy with all of his other activities and endeavors.
And Kim Pagula, knowing his record against the Bills, you certainly hope he doesn't
I hope,
play.
yes, at least against us. No, you know what? I'm going to say that he may, because there is so much advancements in health and wellness, which you know he's big on, and until you see those retirement papers come through, that opportunity still exists. I could see him being the first one to leave and come back 3 years later.
Can I answer one?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to say I'm with Kim Pagula. He'll play another NFL game. How about in the audience? Clap your hands if you think he plays another NFL game. Clap your hands if you think he plays an NFL game against the Buffalo, as a quarterback of the New England Patriots. Okay? How about for the Miami Dolphins?
Yeah.
Okay, see? Well, listen, what a great panel. These 4 individuals are spectacular. Get to know them. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone. Thank you again for attending the 2020 MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Tim Miller. I'm a first-year MBA, and it's my absolute pleasure to introduce our next panel, Blockchain, Technology, and Sports. On our panel, we have Jonathan Kraft, president of the Kraft Group, Mitch Lasky, partner at Benchmark and co-owner of the LAFC, Steve Peliuca, co-owner of the Boston Celtics, and Jason Robbins, co-founder and CEO of DraftKings. Our moderator today is Saj Charan, who is the head of Fanatics Ventures. This panel will last 45 minutes with an additional 10 minutes for Q&A. Please submit questions for our panel through Twitter using the hashtag #MovingTheBlockchains. Now over to you, Saj.
Thanks, Tim. It's MIT and really back here in person. We are fortunate to have an all-star panel of industry sports leaders who are entrepreneurs, team owners, and investors. No one better to talk blockchain and get the substance behind all the buzzwords, from crypto and NFTs to the metaverse and DAOs. What does it all mean for those of us sitting at the intersection of sports and technology? Who will emerge as the winners and losers? Let's get started. Let's ask our panel. Let me actually start with Jonathan, owner of the 6-time champion New England Patriots and president of the Kraft Group. The last time we were all together at Sloan was for the Sports Analytics Conference was 2020. And the blockchain barely registered on my panel on investing in sports. And I think few people actually knew what an NFT really was. So much has changed in the last 2 years, and even more so in the blockchain. So Jonathan, when did you start paying attention to the blockchain? And maybe take us back to that first moment, when you heard of NFTs. When did you realize that they were real?
Well, that was 2 separate moments in time, but probably early in 17, I started reading a lot about Bitcoin. So I was more conscious of Bitcoin than anything else. But the more I read about Bitcoin, the more I realized I wasn't sold on crypto. I may have changed my opinion on that since then, but I got really excited about blockchain technology, and I started thinking we're in a lot of different businesses all over the world in addition to sports, where chain of custody and paperwork are just really inefficient. And so that was the moment in time I started being cognizant of the blockchain and its power, and it really hit me that I thought eventually, today it's not a secret, but that all business applications in the future would likely sit on a blockchain. And that year, we had actually had a big problem at the Super Bowl the year before, so I can honestly tell you that in 2017, I sat with Roger, and we even had a meeting with Live Nation when Jared was the CEO, and talked about that year potentially putting the Super Bowl ticket on the blockchain. Now, it wasn't going to work if nothing was set up for that, but so that would have been the first time I really thought about the blockchain from a business perspective, 17. And then, like everybody else, fourth quarter of 20, probably the whole thing of NFTs came into my consciousness.
So Steve, you're our other local Boston team owner, managing general partner and co-owner of the 17-time world champion Boston Celtics. When did you first start paying attention to the blockchain generally and NFTs more specifically?
Well, I've been doing technology investing for Bain Capital for, I don't know, about 25 or 30 years now. So unfortunately, I had a friend come to me in 2010 and said, this thing called Bitcoin is going to be a big thing. And I think it was selling for maybe even cents. It was probably a couple dollars. And he said, you ought to put 1% of your net worth in it. And I said, I studied a little bit, and I said, Jesus, it's not really money, it's not backed by government, all the classic arguments, and so had I not done, I'd be a very happy man right now. But I studied it a little bit like Jonathan, because crypto is one thing, and we can have a whole separate discussion about Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana as a kind of a monetary instrument. But blockchain is another thing, which I think one buzzword you didn't mention is Web3, which is kind of the underpinning technology of what will happen in Web3, because you can do authentication, and you can also put a lot more utility on things on there, and it's clear accounting without a middleman. So it's going to really increase efficiency and have lots of applications for lots of businesses, including the sports business. And you've already seen that in NFTs, in DAOs that are trying to buy the Constitution. Maybe a DAO will buy a team someday.
So do you think a DAO could really buy a team?
I think it's happening. I mean, I think people are thinking about it. It's like, you've seen in Mexico, I think, one of the the Liga MX teams just sold a 1% interest, off of an NFT, essentially. There's no reason it couldn't happen. I think it'll happen sooner as opposed to later.
Yeah, and can you, so Mitch, you're our West Coast owner with LAFC. So who shows up to the MLS Board of Governors meeting?
Not me.
No, but I'm saying if there was a DAO.
When it's a DAO?
The DAO will have a...
Yeah, they'll elect a representative.
Elected representatives,
yeah.
No different than a corporation. So the key issue with the DAO, if it was ever to own a franchise, control of a franchise, would be, you'd have to think about how voting would affect it, because I know when we bought the Celtics, people were clamoring a DAO might have fired Doc Rivers. He turned out to be one of the best coaches the Celtics ever had. And the DAO might have fired Doc Rivers. So you'd have to have somebody, saying total democracy probably doesn't work in running a sports franchise, but certainly DAOs could own minority positions and have a representative on maybe a board.
Wow. So it's going to be interesting to see if that comes to fruition. So Mitch, you've been investing in the blockchain for some time. What do you see as kind of the killer app, on the blockchain? And, have we seen it yet?
So I don't think we've seen it yet. Yeah, so like these gentlemen, my entry was Bitcoin. I read, being a West Coast nerd, I read the Satoshi white paper in probably 2012, and actually did put 1% of my net worth into Bitcoin in 2013, although my net worth is probably a lot lower than yours. So
you should have called me, man.
So that was good for me.
I
and
did the same thing, but it was a lot lower than both of yours.
I think they're all doing okay.
So that was my introduction to it, and then I've kept up on the various cryptocurrencies that launched. I got very interested in Ethereum when it came to market. I've been looking very carefully at the NFT space. I have my reservations. I'm not as all in as some of my peers in the Valley, but I am really interested in it, and I agree that there are many blockchain applications beyond the things we've seen that are going to have huge implications in the sports business and in the business business. So that's sort of my perspective.
I think it's important, like Jonathan, when you think about NFTs, how do you define an NFT?
Well, I think curation is because the curation is everything. James White on the Patriots on a 3rd and 5, if he catches a pass and gains 6 yards, it's a nice moment in a game. I personally don't think it's a collectible unless maybe you made a proposition bet on that play and you made a ton of money and you want to remember it. I don't think it's memorable and it's worth owning, but if you own Adam Vinatieri's kick to win our first Super Bowl, that's worth a lot of money. So I personally think it has to be a much more curated space, but then an NFT can be anything. And when all tickets move to the blockchain and you have a wallet, one of the things that we'll be able to do, growing up, I used to go to games with my dad all the time, Patriots games, my brothers and I, Celtics games, and those were the two teams we used to go to constantly. And you'd bring home ticket stubs, and I have a shoebox with them in it. But if I could have a digital wallet with the ticket stub from that game and maybe 30 seconds of highlights, but also opted in to have my picture taken in my seats, and that gets dropped to me the day after the game. Not a selfie, but a picture of my dad and my brothers and I sitting there. And I could pull out a digital wallet today. It has tremendous value to me. It'd have no value to anybody else, But I'd love to have that, and that's a version of an NFT that I haven't really heard people talk about, but that in a lot of ways builds a connection between fans and a team. And anyhow, I'm the least smart person to talk about this up here, but that would be my take on that.
The ticket example is a good one because the ticket in of itself is an NFT. NFT is non-fungible, so it's not like, you know, the same ticket can be exchanged or interchangeable with another. It's a unique thing. So even just the stub itself, and if you add the things Jonathan's describing, that's what I think is so cool about the space, that yes, you can look at it as a collectible, but you can add utility and other things that are not possible in the non-blockchain world. And it's unique to that. And so like Bitcoin, you can have one Bitcoin, it's the same as my Bitcoin. What makes the ticket an NFT is there's only one of them, it's non-fungible. But I think where you were going with the other sorts of things you can add to it is what excites me. I think we're in the very early phase, and you know, believe me, NFTs is not going to be just about profile pics and collectibles. There's going to be a lot more. I think it's going to create interchangeability or interoperability, I should say, between different types of systems. So you could buy an NFT that's usable in multiple different video games or things like that. But the whole point is I think you can attach utility to it, and you can create some ongoing, you know, mechanism to continue adding value over and over again, as opposed to a physical thing, which just is what it is. It's a physical thing.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. You know, to me, it all starts with the sports fan, the customer, as Jonathan was saying. And blockchain, you know, will allow you to authenticate that it's a real ticket. It allows utility where you can add value. If you can count that, you know, Jonathan and his dad went to 50 Celtics games, and then we give them an extra Larry Bird shirt or Jason Tatum jersey because they've gone to 50 games. Take pictures. You can catalog all those games and put them in kind of a digital wallet display. So I think the blockchain will really get fan engagement even higher and be great for all the sports leagues.
Well, Steve, you mentioned starting with the sports fan. That's something that, you know, at Fanatics we always do. And, you know, I sit on the board of Candy Digital, which is our NFT business at Fanatics. And we've been following, you know, the moves by other companies, Dapper Labs, or Rare, Socios, and along with a lot of new entrants. And all together, these companies have fueled interest in NFTs. I think the trading volume at the end of 2021 was something like $25 billion. But there's only 400,000 current active wallets. So the question, you know, and maybe we actually go to the audience real quick. How many of you actually own an NFT? By a show of hands. Okay.
Much higher percentage.
Higher than I would have thought.
Yeah. So I think
they should be up here.
Yeah. But you know, it's interesting. So Jason, you know, as a founder and CEO of DraftKings, how do we move beyond, you know, the hands that were up in this room, the early crypto adopters, and get the rest of the folks whose hands weren't up, and then the average sports fan? How do we get them into, you know, into this crypto space?
Oh, I think that there's a few things, but probably the most obvious one is UI-based, ease-of-use based. So, you know, if I go and try and buy an NFT on OpenSea, I have to have a wallet, MetaMask or whatever. I have to purchase Ethereum. If I want to bid on an auction, I have to convert it to WETH. And that's very complicated for a lot of people. And what we did when we launched our marketplace, we offer NFTs to a partner of ours called Autograph, where we have NFTs for Tom Brady, Tiger Woods, Wayne Gretzky, all these great athletes and more. And we just did a deal with the NFLPA, and we have, you know, a lot of things we're doing in this space, like I know you guys are. And we made it a point to say you can deposit with a credit card. You can use the same funds that you have in your DraftKings account already. You don't need to have a crypto wallet. Now, ironically, we're getting a lot of people now coming to us and saying, hey, we want to buy it with crypto, which we eventually will enable. But I think we consciously took the route of saying the number one thing that we think makes it, you know, less accessible to people is how hard it is for the average person who's used to, on any online platform or mobile platform, just taking out their credit card and making a purchase, to go through the multiple steps you have to go through. And once they're in, but that's a tough conversion flow. The second thing I think is just to have more and more adoption of mainstream institutions. When I hear Jonathan talking about conversations with the commissioner of the NFL about making the Super Bowl ticket available on the blockchain, that's going to have some effect beyond just the Super Bowl. It's mainstreaming something that isn't mainstream yet. So I think that's another big thing. It's just institutional adoption and more parts of the ecosystem promoting and supporting it.
You know, I think it's going to change. It'll probably change rapidly. There's a company called MoonPay that I'm an investor in. My family also invested into, and that kind of automates the entire process of getting a wallet and accessing digital currencies and trading digital currencies. And right now, part of the issue is the gas fees are very high in those currencies, so you lose a lot of value. So making it easier to kind of onboard people into the system would be, I think, a high priority, and that's going to happen. I think as there are more use cases, as I think we'll talk a little bit later about, if you want to call it the metaverse or metaverses building up, there'll be more use cases where people will want to do it. And then finally, when Patriots and Celtics have programs that have NFTs and tie in fans into value, people will want to do it. And there are companies like SoRare that have kind of blended cards, soccer cards, with a game format. So it's kind of like curation meets
That's
draft
like what
games.
we're doing with the NFLPA, yeah.
Yeah, so same kind of thing you're doing. I'm an investor in that company as well, and I think they've got some exciting things going on. So I think more and more people will want to get in the space, and then if the space is well-defined and easy to get into, you'll see blossoming.
Yeah. So Steve, you're on the NBA blockchain committee. Is there a role for leagues and teams in, spurring fan adoption?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the great thing for blockchain, if we can get there with ticketing, is it just makes it easier on everybody. It has the authentication and it has the ability to really make a ticket be a fan token that has utility to it. So we're talking about all the kinds of uses that we could do with that, and I think all the sports leagues are going to probably lead the way in that as the future goes on.
Jonathan, I see you nodding. What's your perspective?
Well, I've known Steve for 35 years or so, and I always nod when he talks because he's always right. So,
You're too kind.
No, it's true. I mean, everything Steve is saying is right. I think the one thing about blockchain technology that we want to be sure, teams have just started to really collect great data about their fan bases, but email and texting aren't, you need them to interact with you. You don't always get the interaction that you want. I think when you're on the blockchain, you lose some of the information about that fan. You gain some other information. Maybe you lose some of the demographic type of information unless they volunteer it in another way. But the connection to them, I think, is more dynamic. More engagement. That's dynamic. You see, he's always been correcting me. 35 years and still. No, but he's right. Engagement. By dynamic. That was what I was trying to imply. And I think it's going to be incumbent upon sports teams to figure out the best way to migrate to the medium of the blockchain and take full advantage of it. But the opportunities that exist there are dramatically greater than I think exist without it. And I don't know, Jason, I've been wondering, and I've known Jason a long time, but I haven't really talked to him about could he affect or create some type of peer-to-peer betting on a blockchain that they oversee so that they're still a part of the transaction? And because it would seem to me that might make sense too.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is going to be regulation, because from a pure technology standpoint, you're already seeing projects around the world pop up like that. One thought I had was the way Uniswap sort of disrupted, and I know that's under some regulatory scrutiny too, the exchange, where basically if you go on Uniswap, you can deposit into the pool. And the way that they fund a transaction is, instead of having a centralized institution clear it, let's say I want to buy a coin using Ethereum. Somebody else has deposited that coin in Ethereum into the pool, and I go and I buy it, and they remove it from the pool, and the transaction fee, the commission, is split amongst the pool participants. So could you do the same thing in betting, where if you wanted to be able to take very large bets or things like that, you could have deposits into a pool where people would say, we trust your odds, we're going to make money over the long term, and we're going to fund that for a small piece of the VIG. And that's an idea I think you would see us doing already if it weren't for regulatory constraints. So that's the big issue, and by the way, that's different country to country. You're already seeing decentralized betting products in different parts of the world Whether U.S. regulators in the various states will allow it will remain to be seen. I think some of the concerns that are present in general with crypto will translate over to regulatory concerns on the betting side. Plus, shockingly to say, governments aren't always ahead of the curve in moving that quickly. Although you are seeing now, which I find really interesting, the tragedy happening in Ukraine is awful, but the Ukrainian government on their official social media feeds is literally raising money via crypto, and you're seeing all kinds of donations coming through crypto founders like Gavin with Polkadot and stuff like that. I think donated like $5 million in DOT. So it's really interesting now watching, because you have to imagine that the Russians are trying to somehow stop any actual donations coming through. I don't know this, I'm just guessing why they'd be using crypto, coming through like traditional banking sources, but you can't stop it on the blockchain.
Which is good and bad, depending upon who's
good
on
and
the
bad,
other side of the
depending on who's sending.
I want to go back to your earlier question, because I do think it's worth not glossing over this problem of friction around the wallet. Because it's easy to just make the assumption that it's going to solve itself and everybody's going to ultimately have a crypto wallet. It's like there's a lot of nuance to that, right? I mean, private key management has proved to be much more difficult than I think everybody thought at the beginning of this. There's a lot of there's a lot of hacking, there's a lot of theft, there's a lot of problems that aren't necessarily inherent to the system. People think, oh, it's a crypto problem, but it's really a private key management problem. It's like people just aren't good at that. It's like they're not good at their password hygiene on their computers either, right? They pick dumb passwords that are easy to hack. They do the same, all around the world. So I think we really have to think. I mean, the solutions to this are going to be really significant. I mean, we're also early institutional investors in SoRare. And just saw the most recent numbers, and the top line numbers are extraordinary, but it's still a fairly small number of accounts that are generating that volume. And I think there's a danger, and I think it's a danger that's also inherent in the fact that a lot of this early NFT transaction volume is coming from people who were early ETH adopters. So they're playing with house money, right? They're not. It's not necessarily hundreds of thousands of dollars of fiat that's being converted into ETH and then dumped into NFTs. A lot of it is money that came from early ETH adoption that's already highly appreciated and is being used to buy these assets. So we got a whale problem, essentially, as we would say in the video game business. And I think we need to be very cognizant of that whale problem, because we got to cross that before it's going to. A lot of the things we've been talking about on this panel that are really exciting are going to be able to be realized.
I also think we're probably in a speculative bubble period in general, with the huge increase in the money supply, unprecedented increase in the money supply, in my lifetime at least, and that has blown up the values of everything, and there's lots of money chasing lots of deals. So I wouldn't be surprised if 90% of the NFTs went down in value. If you remember, many of you don't remember, but the internet in 1999, I probably looked at 50 internet deals, and it was such a frenzy that you would sit down and they'd say, here's a term sheet, we have an internet company to revolutionize healthcare, here's what it does, the value is 40 million, you have to decide in the next hour, do you want to invest? So in 1999, Bain Capital did 0 investments, because that just wasn't, we thought we had failed, that just wasn't our style. But then there was a crash, and then kind of the good companies emerged from that, and people got more rational. I think we're kind of in that frenzy period right now, where anybody with an idea for an ape or an NFT or something to do with Bitcoin or blockchain, there's being huge values being paid, and there's a lot of speculative customers. So you got to get through that speculation period and get down what Jonathan was talking about, the core value of what these technologies are.
Well, like the internet bubble, the key issue that you noted is everything is being thrown into the hype. There's not separation of like what are actually the really good companies and which ones aren't. I also think the point Mitch was making around hacking and other issues, one of the things that I believe is, and I know the purists don't like this, but I think full decentralization on mass scale is not a realistic concept, because, for example, I could buy an NFT for $10 million and then accidentally transfer it to someone else, and there's no recourse because there's no centralized, place that's clearing it and making sure. And I think that in general, if you don't have some form of centralization on a mass scale, there's no one to hold accountable, which will make governments have a real problem with things like finance going to full decentralization. So I think that the idea of like full decentralization of everything is a little bit different than the idea of utilizing blockchain technology, which is, I think, often interchangeably used with decentralization.
Particularly important in the game space, too. What people, I think, have a mistaken assumption that games are a natural fit for blockchain and for crypto and NFTs. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult than people think. There's a lot of resistance from gamers, and in particular just socially, around NFTs. That can be overcome, I think. But your point about decentralization is a really important one. You have to be, as the manager of the game, able to make fundamental, profound changes to keep competitive balance. And making those changes is going to be very difficult in a fully decentralized sort of DAO-run environment where those changes have material impact on people who are early holders of the NFTs and cryptocurrencies that are built into those games. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I think it's very exciting for that reason.
Well, it seems like, we've talked about a number of these challenges, right? So you're talking about the hacking and the lack of ability to control private keys, the fact that, there's this sort of move to uber decentralization. In the world of sports, who are the actors? Who's going to help? Could it be those of us in sports to help, bring on the sports fans, and then by virtue of that, kind of the mass, consumer? Because right now, as we've talked about this, it's early adopters, early crypto adopters, people that went through all the hassle of getting these ETH wallets and going to MetaMask and just going through all these gyrations. So I guess the question is, A, can sports, can bodies or organizations within sports be a catalyst for getting the average fan, into this? Or is it something that we're just going to have to wait for other actors outside of sports to kind of make it safe for the sport?
I think the onboarding is going to get easier, and then the real issue is going to be, can we in sports create something of value to the consumers that they'll want to be on it? Can the gaming companies create metaverses that are of value to the consumer? And again, we're in a speculative phase now, but there will be ones that emerge to say, this is I want to go pick 5 different teams and have a league with my friends and play in this league and go to these stadiums and see them online. There'll be 3 or 4 companies, I think, that emerge as winners in this, and then masses of people will come on, and by that time the onboarding should be easier. So it's more to me a question of how can we create value for fans that they'll want to get on the blockchain to use the technologies.
So one of the organizations or institutions, or I don't know what you would call it, Mitch, but Discord, right, is one of those communities, right, that you've been an investor in, you're on the board of.
Yep.
And it's
it's interesting. It's functioning almost kind of like a Bloomberg/NASDAQ for NFTs and cryptocurrency. It's very bizarre, and it was not the original. I mean, it's an immersion.
So tell us about when you decided to invest in Discord.
Is it a competitor to QAnon or what?
Tell us about.
It's basically you can think of it as like Skype meets Slack, originally intended for gaming communities to sort of self-organize. It was a way for example, a World of Warcraft clan to plan a raid, and you could get together in a chat room and exchange ideas and sort of prep, and then all go into the game together, and then it functions as a voice channel once you're in the game. That was its original intended use. But it became sort of much more useful in some ways to sort of DeFi and to crypto in a lot of ways. And so a lot of the NFTs are dropped there. A lot of the information about the NFTs and the currencies are posted there. And we've got now dozens of servers that have 300, 400, 500,000 members around particular kind of communities of interest around NFTs, which is remarkable. Gary Vee has a 300,000 member Discord server, just sort of dedicated to his NFT stuff. So that's where we are with it. It's back to your original point about sort of the low number of wallets. In the fourth quarter, we started tracking sort of what the first server was that people were going to once they joined Discord as a new member, as a new ad, somebody who'd never been on the platform before. And in the fourth quarter, a significant percentage of those users, several million, went to their first server as a crypto server, which is really encouraging in a lot of ways.
So is Discord where we're going to find those, potential sports fans, that we can migrate over to actually, holding NFTs?
I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case, but it does give me, it does encourage me to know that we're starting to see real numbers in some of those communities, numbers that would really be able to support some of the ideas we've been discussing.
So I do think those sports as mobile ticketing, which isn't blockchain ticketing, but it's mobile and it's not, 55, 65-year-old season ticket holders who for 30 or 40 years have been used to that piece of paper. And we're in the Northeast, so for Celtic season ticket holders or Patriots season ticket holders, it was a bigger deal, and understandably so. But we've been all mobile the last 2 years, and we've talked to a lot of people, and even the older season ticket holders now say it makes game day more convenient, and as long as we're going to mail them paper tickets after the season for their keepsake, because they don't understand, they want that keepsake, they're good with it. So when you take that coupled with cashless concessions and everything else in the stadium, if you think about it, sports across the country, the hundreds of millions of people that go to these venues, I really do think it's the first mass market sort of mainstream thing that's driving you to live in the digital world. And the next step beyond that is when we put it all on blockchain technology. So I do think, coming back to what you asked, Saj, that sports can help drive the adoption of blockchain technology, and probably de facto you could put that into crypto, because I think those people will then be more comfortable with the idea of crypto and experimenting with something.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and sports already are communities. Your sports is tribal. Sports you grew up with your whole life, and really blockchain and crypto is about creating communities, and that's what Discord has done. And they're kind of talking about what's worth this and is this worthwhile? Is a Bored Ape worth more than this or that? And so sports is probably a nexus that will drive some of this, because we already have a great community. We have Patriots Nation, Celtics Nation, Red Sox Nation, and then someday it'll all cross. Probably it'll be all sports in this.
And I think it's tangible in a way that a lot of these other things that aren't. Right. I think that's really important.
So we've been talking a lot about the value of collectability, but is there a ceiling on NFTs if we stop there at collectability? Does it really need ticketing or other forms of utility to really, to really grow and gain broader adoption?
I mean, sports collectibles and memorabilia is what, $6 billion?
Yeah, it's a big category.
It's a pretty big category. So I mean, you could imagine some really valuable companies that, even if that was all it ended up being, some valuable companies being created.
Yeah, I think it's two separate things. They're NFTs as collectibles. Jonathan talked about curation.
Right.
There's going to be some moments that are worth an incredible amount. Maybe Vinatieri's kick in the snow, the tuck game. Larry Bird's last three. Those will be worth a lot of money, just as kind of almost like digital cards. But then smart contracts and all the capabilities, utility you can add onto a picture or an NFT or a ticket, that's a separate category that can use as a function of fan club, communications, extra benefits you get at a game, jerseys that you get mailed for certain. Mark Cuban, which is kind of weird, we don't have this it's funny, we don't have this in Boston, but in Dallas, people show up very late for their games. So they said, if you come before the end of the first quarter, we're going to issue a special NFT. I said, God, in the Celtics things, we have to keep people out. They want to come 2 hours before the game, so that's the last thing we would do. But they have an NFT if you show up before the end of the first quarter. So he's now got people.
Are people coming early?
Yeah, people are now coming early, just
or on time.
At least before the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, they're coming in the first quarter, at least so they can cheer for the club. And so he's got utility out of that, and then they get some special extra benefits. So owners are kind of using these things, to kind of get fans together and unite them. We'll find different uses for them, I think, up here, but it creates a whole new category of, again, fan engagement.
Great. I agree with Mitch. Collectibles, huge category. Sports collectibles is a huge category. But that's not going to be the end. That's already not where you can see things going. I mean, it's very clear right now it's moving in a utility-based direction. One of the things I love, by the way, about any kind of new technology is how fast it moves. And I think everybody went in the last year and a half from what's an NFT to now where is it going. And I think it's very clearly moving in the utility direction, whether that's even taking some of the older ones, like you mentioned Bored Apes. People who own Bored Apes can get access to events and parties and things. That's utility. That's a reason beyond just I like this picture and I want it on my Twitter profile to own it. I think that the same thing's happening. You use SoRare and what we're doing with our NFLPA fantasy game. Like, you're going to be able to use that NFT. Yes, it's a great collectible, and I'm sure people will buy it purely as a collectible, but other people will play the game with it. And by playing the game, you can win money, you can win other NFTs. So this whole play-to-earn or play-to-win model, play-to-earn is probably something everybody's heard, I think is a big part of the future of NFTs and of blockchain.
Yeah, AC, for example, is, I think, powering the economy of the Philippines right now. People are making more money per month pay-to-earn on AC than they are with regular jobs. And it's increased employment dramatically. Now, I don't know if that bubble will pop at some point in time. And I have a question for you guys. Why do you think a Bored Ape is worth, $360,000 and a Bored Pigeon's worth nothing? Who determines how these things break through?
It's a market. Same way, why is a piece of art worth anything, or even, a stock? It's whatever the market thinks it's worth. Mm-hmm. Personally, why do I think that certain things are worth more? I think that same reason as any collectible. Why is a Mickey Mantle rookie card worth more? Just because people, or why is it worth whatever it's worth? People have decided via the normal mechanisms of a market how much they're willing to buy and sell it for.
Well, I think Bored Apes was one of the first drops. So I think there's some cachet to having a Bored Ape.
There is. It was one of the first ones after, but the really old school one, that really took off was Crypto.
Yeah, Crypto.
Yeah, but Bored Apes, I think Bored Apes were the first ones that sort of went beyond just collectible and said we're going to start that were mainstream.
I think that the club idea, the sort of access to the private club thing, is a really important driver of that as well.
Exactly.
There are also Bored Apes. They're talking about making cartoons with that, and then you're going to get a royalty if you own a Bored Ape, and they select your Bored Ape, and people are renting out their Bored Apes. It's becoming its whole ecosystem.
Well, there's a belief there, and you're right. I don't think I actually really like the Bored Apes team, so I don't think it's going to happen there. But when you're talking about speculation and bubble, there is a belief that when people are buying these things, that there's going to be some added utility, some added value down the road, but they don't know what it is. And a very common thing in the crypto community or in the blockchain community when you launch a new project is to map out, sometimes with mystery, exactly what it's going to be. Here's the next 5 things we're going to do. So people buy into it thinking there's going to be these additional layers of value creation. And just like buying a stock of a company, at some point it comes down to, does that team execute well, and do they actually create more value in reality with the things that they're adding? I think what the Bored Ape team has done, and Mitch is right, that whole club aspect, is they branded around that, and they've made it so that it's a status symbol and you get access to things. And the reason people put them, just like other things in their profile pics, is it's completely a status symbol. I think the fact that you see such engagement on Discord is the community reinforcing we're the cool kids, even though it's probably not actually the cool kids, me being one of them. But we're the cool ones that actually own this or are part of this. And just like any, it's a human thing, like any social structure, people are drawn to that.
It's really the scarcity, right? I mean, they were very smart about
exclusivity.
Creating that exclusivity, and then the access and the cachet sort of stemmed from that scarcity. And so, Mitch, I want to go back to you because we're talking about utility, and really I want to talk about the ultimate utility, which is gaming, right? And you were a mobile gaming entrepreneur before you went to the dark side as a VC. Now, I was a former VC, so I can say that. But gaming. Between what some of the play-to-earn games that Jason mentioned, the in-game digital asset ownership, where do you see the most potential from gaming coming into the blockchain?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of projects. I've met with a lot of the companies. I met with Axie relatively early on. I have been somewhat hesitant, or just looking at some of these things with my gaming background, because a lot of the entrepreneurs who've come into this space have come in from the crypto side rather than from the gaming side. And I think they grossly underestimate the complexity of creating high quality games. I mean, I think the Axie guys did a really smart thing, which was basically not try and innovate too much, right? They basically made a Pokemon game and built in a lot of play to earn components into that game. And as you said, I think there's 75, 80,000 people in the Philippines who are basically making a living on it at this point.
The problem is it depends on the next guy wanting to buy.
Yeah, there is a little bit of
buy
that,
the creatures that you create.
Yeah. And although there have been interesting things that have happened, there's a gaming guild, for example, that has grown up alongside of Axie that basically owns the NFTs and loans them to players who don't have the resources to buy them, and allows them to sort of farm those resources and pay a royalty back to the gaming guild. So there's all kinds of interesting.
The next guy's got to buy it. The next person's got to buy
it at some point.
Those things. And so the question is, will the music stop at some point?
Right.
Of new players coming in? You know, you could, if you take it to its extreme, you could say Axie's a Ponzi scheme because
you could. I mean, you could say crypto broadly.
Isn't that true of any market, though? That you need people to be willing to continue to come in and buy at higher prices to drive prices up?
I wouldn't say it's the same as crypto. Bitcoin may be a digital version of gold, and gold isn't a Ponzi scheme, so there's a limited amount of Bitcoin.
Well, I'm not saying it's a Ponzi scheme. I'm more saying the concept that there has to be demand outpacing supply to make any market rise.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but when the music stops and you're breeding on these farms and you have a loan to pay, you're gonna have a real problem.
No, fair enough. I mean, I think going back to something Jason said earlier about sort of interop between games using NFTs as basically a means of exchange between games. That I'm also, I think that sort of remains an open question.
It's hard to do technically.
Very hard to do technically, extremely hard. Now, in the case of SoRare, where you could imagine a platform where multiple game makers could make games using the same card,
that's what I'm talking about.
But like what I hear people talking about where they're like, oh, I'll buy a gun in Call of Duty and use it in Fortnite, that's bullshit. That's never.
No, I was talking about what you were talking about, more of like an open source where you say, I can create a platform where we're going to create the content and anyone who wants. There's a company, the name's escaped, Mythical Games.
Yes.
It's doing that right
I
now.
was just about to mention them. We're investors, so full disclosure. But I think that is what Mythical is doing. But Mythical and Roblox, I think, are two different examples. The NFL has relationships with both. And from I'm not a gamer, but the concept of play to earn to me is interesting. I do think there's something in that makes sense. But for the NFL, we're with Roblox and we're with Mythical, because when you're doing Madden and you're in EA's world, the NFL has no ability to learn or understand really what's going on. It's just a rights fee deal. These games that are blockchain based and developed with our intellectual property, but geared towards engaging younger fans and bringing them into the NFL world, we can learn a lot watching how they play, but also incenting them within those games to become fans of the teams or of the league, or having the results of what goes on in the league that week affect what's going on in games on the platforms. So there's a lot, there's a fan engagement opportunity there that I think you could never have even imagined a couple of years ago. And that's, at least for the NFL, the NBA has no problem attracting young people to it. In the NFL, we got to make sure that we keep attracting young people and growing the pipeline.
Well, Steve, when we saw each other at the NBA All-Star Tech Summit in Cleveland, we were discussing how it seems like many tech and media CEOs were talking about the metaverse, even though I'm not sure if they all understood exactly what they were talking about.
I don't know if we understand it either, but
yeah. Well, what does the metaverse, right, mean to you, and what should it mean to those of us in sports?
I guess I would view it as a metaverse might be a city. It's not a universe. It's people developing, a certain environment that'll attract a community, and so there'll be multiple metaverses, I think, as we start out. And I don't know how it ends up. Will there be hundreds of thousands of metaverses that will attract niche segment people? Maybe people who like art will be in an art metaverse, and so you can travel to Italy and see the great paintings in Italy, and you can travel to another country and see the great screens in Japan. or will three or four companies, or one company, but three or four companies dominate and create environments that people want to go into? And I was shocked to see that, Jamie Dimon, who's a classmate and a friend of mine, they now have a Chase Bank in one of the metaverses. You remember the name of the one that he's in? It's slipping my name out, but they have a Chase Bank front, and you can go hear Jamie Dimon talk inside of this metaverse. After he was the first one to say that crypto was dead and it was meaningless, they are now on the bandwagon and have advertising inside one of the virtual worlds. So I think as it starts out, many people will probably develop virtual worlds. That's how I define a metaverse. And then some will lose and some will win. The ones that will win will really target people to build communities. And then maybe someday there'll be interoperability, so you can link cities together into a nation and maybe a nation into a world.
So Jason, what's your take on this interoperability? Back in we were talking about, the days of the early internet where, we had walled gardens and there was always that promise of interoperability. Is there going to be one metaverse that we end up playing in, or is there going to be a constellation of meta worlds, that we go in and out of?
I think it depends on the overall direction that the metaverse takes, but usually if it's truly an ecosystem, activity centers just like the internet, just like social media, just like anything, into one or a small number of places. So I think it'll take a while to get there, but I think eventually there's consolidation, if that makes sense.
Benefits of scale.
Yeah, scale, exactly. I think what's really interesting is, and not to get too philosophical here, is the effect that this all has on how people and relationships evolve. You have a digital identity that is in some ways, or not in some ways, is very related to your physical identity, but becomes an increasingly more common way or platform for expressing that, right? And so the more that people do that, the less connected we all might become from the real universe. And I think that's a really interesting sort of psychological thing that I don't know.
We might become more connected.
I was going to say,
I'll be good looking in my digital universe.
Well, we've just gone through a kind of a 2-year experiment during the pandemic with a sort of a version of a metaverse,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I'm by the way very much not of the mindset that the sort of VR mediated 3D environment is the only way we should be talking about the metaverse. I think the metaverse is way more broad and interesting and sort of multivalent than that. And I think in some ways, a lot of what we've been doing on the internet, interacting on the internet over the last 2 years, Zoom calls and Microsoft Teams and all this stuff, as sometimes grating and insane as it's been over the last couple of years, is sort of that, right? I mean, it has trained us in a way to live in a computer-mediated kind of environment.
That's a really good point.
So before we open it up to the audience for Q&A,
one more thing on that point. I mean, it's interesting. I was in a meeting today, which I think our office hasn't been open in 2 years, and it opened this week. But we have some people coming back and not all people coming back. But now it's a normal thing. We went in the conference room, and half of the people were on the screen, half of the people were in the conference room, and it was kind of like they were there. I mean, the technology is that good that they were there. I worked 6 months with a team of people from Boston to buy Virgin Australian Airlines out of bankruptcy. And I'm very close friends now with three people in Australia that I've never met physically. But I was on the phone, I was on the Zoom with them, and I'm probably just as close to them as I am with people in the Bain Capital office.
In the video game world, we've been doing this for 2 decades, right? Yeah. Where we've been playing together in World of Warcraft, and a lot of times you're playing in a clan with people you've never met, but whom are really good friends of yours. So I think it's going to be more fluid. I don't think there's going to be this abrupt entrance into the world of the metaverse. I think we're easing our way in, and we have been really, if we look in the rearview mirror, for 20 years.
So we're already in the metaverse. We're sort of bleeding towards it.
Well, what Mitch is saying is that particularly with games, the metaverse has existed for a long time. It's not a new thing, and people have been immersing themselves in games like World of Warcraft. Or I remember I used to play a game called SimCity when I was a little kid, where you built this city. Literally that was the metaverse, or a version of it. But I think it's been around a long time. I think the difference
People used to
is-
play chess across the world. I played chess on
Exactly.
the phone with somebody. That was the earliest metaverse where you make a
He was
move.
hustling people. He was hustling people,
The
sucking
big
them in.
difference, though, now is prediction is that it's going to expand way beyond games, and it's just going to permeate everything. Even social media is a version of it in a way. I mean, because essentially you're creating your own sort of, digital profile. You have your profile pic, you have your image that you have online. People would
You mean your
follow.
profile pic is not exactly who you are in person?
No, well, mine's a bored ape, so it's definitely not who I am in person. But
He's a cool guy.
yeah, cool. I have a bored ape, exactly.
So
How you get-
the one practical thing, just from a guy who's not a gamer, never played a game, would be intimidated by it. But this concept of the metaverse, which in reality is just, I think, enhanced or easy to access virtual reality, when you have a venue, and if you're in an arena like Steve is, the arena is getting used 175 to 225 times a year. It can be a full-time job for most of the event day employees. In an NFL stadium, you're lucky. We have an MLS team, so we're busier than most, but call it 20 to 25 ticketed events a year. When you have 3,000 to 4,000 day of event part-time employees and yet giving your customers a great experience, your guests a great experience, it's easy to do when you've got the same people there 200 nights a year who are making their living. It's much more difficult in our environment. And if you can, as long as they have an internet connection, maybe we have to provide them with a little something else these days, but to bring them on and have them go into the metaverse of Gillette Stadium and be in their position and throw scenarios at them, I think if we gamify it right, they'll enjoy it, but it'll make them better ambassadors to our guests on event day. So that's the way I've actually been thinking about the practical use of it and bringing it into sports.
I mean, the technology is amazing. You saw at the NBA Tech Summit, they had on stage a coach at the NBA Tech Summit that was 3D. It looked like I was sitting right in the front row. It looked like a real person. You hear it walk. It shot a basketball. Adam Silver was interviewing this virtual being, and they used Shaq's voice. So he was interviewing like a real person of a Shaq with all the movements, and you really couldn't tell it from if it was a real person.
So we got a lot of interesting questions from the audience. I'm going to just take a couple here. So this one's for Mitch. It says, how do you solve the whale problem, that you refer to? How do you attract new users when it seems like anyone new is playing catch up?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's by running Larry David commercials during the Super Bowl, but that's just me. I mean, I think it's going to take a lot of education, and I think Jonathan said it earlier, I think sports could lead the way in some ways because it is mass market and sort of reaches all levels of society, and if we do find some kind of utility that can serve as a sort of a focal point for saying, getting people to enable wallets and make their first Ethereum purchase, for example, I think that's going to be very important. So I think we're going to solve it really not necessarily with a killer app, but with a number of high utility applications, and maybe applications which disguise the fact that they don't foreground the fact that, hey, you're buying an NFT, but rather you're buying a ticket. That ticket happens to be on the blockchain, and okay, you need to enable this wallet in order to accomplish that transaction, which isn't that different from the way some of the mobile ticketing is currently working, the way we do it in our stadium in MLS. We require you to link your account into your LAFC account, and your tickets reside in that account. And I could imagine an application like that where it sort of backgrounds the fact that it's an NFT, so you don't have that social friction, being something very useful in at least cracking that whale problem, but it's going to take a while.
Another question from the audience is, how do you plan to onboard and educate fans on the perceived benefits and the risks of the blockchain?
Looking at me?
Yeah.
Smart people that work with me are going to figure that out. it's a good question. We're not yet putting our tickets on the blockchain. There's not enough today. I don't think a blockchain exists where you could do the amount of transactions in that 24-hour period before most games in the secondary market, at least NFL games, pretty active. And my guess is we're still a year or two away. But when we're not, we're going to have to help everybody get a wallet, and we're going to have to figure out what blockchain we're going to be on. And I think that's a real issue too, because people aren't going to want a gazillion. People are going to want to live on just a handful of blockchains. They're not going to want 50 different blockchains.
It's kind of a natural monopoly.
Right, and I think sports can help drive and dictate that. And,
the leagues and teams.
Well, look. I mean, I think Roham, who's at Dapper, I think he was smart. I haven't heard him say this. I mean, I think he's very smart. But ultimately, I'm sure in his mind is if I bring sports, because Dapper has deals obviously with the NBA and with the NFL, and I bring him to Flow, and who knows what happens in the future. I'm sure that's in the back of his mind. I've never heard him say that. But that makes sense. And then, you got these technologies, which I know nothing about. Mitch could comment on, like Wormhole, which are, interchain vehicles. I don't even know what you call them. But I mean, I find it hard to, I was going to say, I find it hard intellectually to really understand that today, and because it seems the antithesis of what the blockchain is about. So anyhow, I don't know how we're going to educate other than helping them, give them a wallet, and say, we'll have some people on our staff who will help.
It'll be in our interest to educate and make sure it's secure, make sure it works out. So,
absolutely.
We can't leave ticket fans, holding the bag basically. So that'll help drive, the protocols.
Here's the thing, though. This comes back to the point I was making earlier about full decentralization. I think is going to be a challenge. So what do you do as a sports franchise owner when people who bought tickets from you say, I accidentally transferred this ticket to a bad address, or I can't get in because I forgot my security phrase to my wallet. So you have to still, I think, have some sort of centralization where somebody's able to help them recover it, and it's not just lost forever. Otherwise, no matter how well you educate them, there's human error. People are going to make mistakes. Right now in the crypto world, because it's such a small community, people just accept hacks happen, rug pulls happen. It's just part of playing in the game. But I think once it gets mainstream, that's just not going to be acceptable to people anymore, and not going to be acceptable to organizations like yours to have fans that somehow can't access their tickets because it's on a fully decentralized system.
Yeah, no, it comes back to the fan. So last question. This is a great one from someone in our audience. So what are you guys putting 1% of your net worth in today? So why don't we start with Jason and go down the line?
I would say right now, first of all, I never would give any investment advice, but I think that 1% is probably even low. I would, if I were anybody with, liquid capital to invest, have higher than 1%. I don't know how high it should go in various blockchain plays. I think that, crypto, NFTs, just all that sort of stuff in general. Personally, I own a lot of the blue chip projects like CryptoPunks and Bored Apes. I've gotten, not as much success on the more speculative stuff, so I typically like to see something that already has traction and already has community built up before I'll jump in. Sometimes if Gary Vee tells me to jump in, I will, although that's always an interesting proposition. But typically, I think that something that already has traction is a safer bet. Just like a stock that's blue chip would be a safer bet, or an artist.
I'm a big believer in diversification, but I'm weighting my portfolio towards biotech, heavy biotech, and then technology in general, because I think we're only in the beginning phases of this blockchain phase and technology. And if you see what happened in the last 20 years with the internet, I think you're going to see that happen in the next 20 years.
Great. How about you, Mitch?
I'm not telling. But I am long ETH.
Okay.
The ruble's way down. You can buy the ruble really cheap. Well, actually, that is true. I don't know if I'd buy it. I don't even know how you buy it. But I don't give investment advice either, but I do think when I think about blockchain and crypto, I'm not smart enough to know which projects work or which things work, but I know, just to pick a company like Coinbase, you say Coinbase is going to win in the end, I think, and I have no idea whether it's cheap or not. I don't know how to value it. I've bought that stock recently just because, in my mind, it's a way of playing the entire space.
I agree with that.
Great. Well, we're out of time, and so if you could join me in giving our audience, our panelists a great hand.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Reach out and
Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the first day of our conference. My name is Rafa Maya. I'm a first-year MBA student here at MIT Sloan, and I'm so excited to present to you the last panel of the day, from NBA 75 to Basketball 100, the future of the game, with our panelists, Sue Bird, guard for the Seattle Storm, Daryl Morey, President of Basketball Operations for the Philadelphia 76ers.
Just keep going.
JJ Redick, 15-year NBA veteran and co-founder of 342 Productions. Mike Zarin, Assistant General Manager for the Boston Celtics. And our moderator, Tom Haberstroh from Meadowlark Media. The panel is going to go for 55 minutes or so. We will take questions from the audience using the hashtag basketball100 that Tom will choose. And with that, Tom, up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafa. Welcome to Basketball 100 panel. We're supposed to look into the future and tell everybody what it's going to look like in 25 years. So good luck with that.
Nobody's keeping track of these predictions.
Yes. No, JJ's in the media game now. He has to be held accountable for his takes.
All right.
I keep all my receipts, to be clear. I keep all my receipts. I'm never wrong.
So I thought, like, as just a starting point, looking at what the NBA is now versus what it looked like 25 years ago, and seeing what the biggest changes were and why that happened, and maybe inform us on where we're going. You had a big hand in this, Daryl. Three-pointers were 17 per game in 1997, and now it's 35 per game, a jump of 110%. Question is, Daryl, how much do you take credit for that? And why did it take so long for that to happen?
Imagine if JJ played in our era, how many threes he would have gotten. I mean, look, I think it was a general trend for many years, and obviously I came in, thanks to Steve Peliuca, who just walked off the stage with the Celtics, and Mike, I think you were about 6 months after at the Celtics. I think that there was quite a few coaches who got the power of the three-pointer. The Houston Rockets with Rudy Tomjanovich. Go back to Denver, Don Nelson. But I think it was around the early 2000s and Moneyball coming out that there was a systemic look at that this was a high-value play and it should grow and grow and grow. And then you have teams like the Spurs, understanding corner threes, and Dallas, and just grew. And I'd actually be more interested in how that, JJ sort of lived through this era. How did you have coaches that said, don't do it, different encouragements? To me, like, the analysts don't do anything. Like, we just say, like, hey, this is a good idea. But until someone says, hey, run this play, or JJ, whenever you are open, shoot it no matter what, nothing really happens on the floor. So I'm actually curious how you've felt that transformation.
Yeah, I actually like to tell this story. I told it the other day, so if you've heard this story before, I apologize. But when I was at Duke, this was when Peja was on the Kings. And Peja was one of the first guys that I saw shoot transition threes. And so Coach K would show me film. He really empowered me to do that as well. My very first practice, my rookie year in training camp, we're running a 3-on-2, 2-on-1 drill. Me and Carlos Arroyo were the two defenders. He gets the rebound. We're going back. I run to the three-point line on the right wing. He kicks it to me. I pull up. Nothing but net. Brian Hill blows the whistle. And he says, we're running for fucking layups. Sorry, excuse my language. And I said, that is my fucking layup.
Yes.
Did you actually say that? You didn't say that.
On the inside?
No,
on the inside? You said that to Brian Hill.
No, I didn't say it to Brian.
Okay. I was like, there's no way.
No, but that became a thing for the rest of my career. I would legitimately do this. My buddies, my teammates or whatever, when I hit a transition three in front of the bench, I would turn to them and they'd say, that's a fucking layup. That became a thing. But to Daryl's question about sort of the evolution during my career, I was fortunate that I got to play for Stan my second year through my sixth year. And really, that was sort of one of the evolutionary jumps, I think, in the NBA. I think the first one was really the Suns, even though if you look now, based on pace and three-pointers taken, they would be one of the slowest teams and shoot the least amount of threes in the league. That Magic team was sort of the next jump, and then Steph and Daryl's Rockets were the third iteration of that jump. But how we generated threes was very different on the Magic than how James Harden generates threes, or how Steph Curry generates threes, or how Klay Thompson generates threes. So I think that, to me, has been the biggest evolution. Is yes, we've seen this gradual uptick in three-point shooting, but how those threes are generated has been the biggest change. And by generated, I mean the percentage of shots that are taken off the dribble, step-back threes like James Harden, Luka Doncic, whereas with the Magic, a lot of those threes were created by playing 4 out, 1 in with Dwight on a roll, and then just playing ball movement till we hit a spot-up three.
We're talking over there to the second most three-pointers of all time in the WNBA. Over there, Sue Bird.
You play this long. You better get up there.
How has the three-point shot changed over your career in the W?
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, I'm listening to you guys talk. When I was in college, so it's, you know, I got to college in 1998, so 98 to 2002, we were trained in transition. There was 2 acceptable shots, a three-pointer or a layup. That was it. And then I was allowed to shoot pull-ups. That was kind of, and Diana was allowed to shoot pull-ups. Like, there were certain people that if they were open, didn't matter where you were. But the rest of the team, threes and layups, that was it. So when I got to the WNBA, in full disclosure, there wasn't really a lot of conversation around it. By the way, we were still doing the high school line. When I first got to that's also why I'm high on that list.
1909.
Yeah, it was still, so it was still the high school line. A year or two later, it pushed back to the international line. What was the international line? Now we're at the new international line. But yeah, there wasn't a lot of conversation around it. It really wasn't until, I would say, 4 or 5, probably because of you, 4 or 5 years ago, where WNBA teams you started to notice were really focused on it. And then for me personally, in 2018 when we won, that was a team where we were built around three-point shooting. Some of it had to do, and I've mentioned this before at this conference, with Jenny Busek. She's now an assistant with the Pacers. She was our head coach. She put an emphasis on that. And we were able to start drafting people, and it became like, are they good on defense, or are they good three-point shooters? We were always taking the three-point shooting. And we led the league, and we did well. We ended up winning, and it was all revolved around that. And now I'm just a huge believer in it. It's not that I've bought in completely, but you need it. It changes everything.
I've always advocated, just from the numbers side, that Steph Curry should take 20 three-pointers a game because of how efficient he is. But as a guard who takes a bunch of three-pointers, is that exhausting more than analytics or analysts like myself who are just looking at the math and the spreadsheet says Steph could shoot 20 of these and it'd be better for his team? Is it exhausting in ways for Dame Lillard, yourself, and Steph to just shoot that many threes in a game?
I mean, we're probably more similar. I'm not really shooting. I'm not doing step backs.
Yeah.
Not my bag. I'm sure it's exhausting for them. I would imagine it would be very exhausting. For me, my stuff comes in the flow of the offense. I'm able to they can't leave me, right? So I'm able to just spread the defense, let the other players do their thing, and then I'm there to punish if needed. So no, it hasn't been exhausting for me.
But is a step back three that much harder than chasing a guy around a screen?
Yeah, the way you played must have been
at
least as tiring as taking step back threes. You run all around 5 times and get one shot.
No, I had to be in pretty good shape to do what I do. Tom, it's a great question, and I'll share a brief story. My last year in Philly, our analytics guy came to me, and the previous season I had shot low 50, 51%, 52% on mid-range pull-ups, which I had done for now 6 or 7 years. And I think the previous year I'd shot 42% on threes. And he said to me, if you do sidestep threes and take the mid-range pull-up out of your game, here's what you would average. Here's what your points per shot would be, which is great on paper. But you get in a game, and all of a sudden you're taking harder threes. So I think there's a point of diminishing return. I think about a basketball possession in this way. How do you generate a good shot? And I watch some teams play that have a really strong emphasis on three-point shooting. And guy gets run off the line, he dribbles in the paint, the layup's not there, he kicks it. Guy gets run off the line, dribbles in the paint, layup's not there. All of a sudden, it gets down to 2-3 on the shot clock, and you're taking a bad shot. Sometimes, in a possession, the best shot is that pull-up jumper. Now, a lot of guys don't practice that pull-up jumper anymore because a lot of teams are telling them what they told me. I shot 39% that last year in Philly. It was like my only time in my last, I think, 5 or 6 years that I shot under 40%.
But like, how tough were the sidestep threes?
They're way harder.
But like, how hard? Like, what were you shooting on?
I don't know the exact percentage. But to Steph's point, like, for Steph to generate, and Steph makes shots that no one else can make, but for Steph to generate either on the ball or in movement off the ball a three-pointer, it requires so much for him to generate a good shot. And it's just, that's hard to do 20 times. It's amazing that he does it 15 times.
Yeah. I don't realize because I'm not Steph, but I look at the spreadsheet, I'm like, man, I mean, he shoots at such a high percentage, and why is he taking these two-pointers or long twos or whatever? But it reinforces the point that the game is not a spreadsheet and analytics. Like, even though the numbers say do this, it's a lot harder to execute in the game. And I'm wondering, like, in 25 years, is there something in the box score that's going to be 110% higher than it is right now?
Steals. Steals. Well, you're not accepting my answer. You're like looking at me like,
what are we gonna like?
That is in the box score.
Yeah.
It can go up 110%.
Why do you say steals?
There'll be more aggressive defenses. Yeah.
Better coaching, or just the athletes?
Shift and approach. Yeah. Offensive rebounds probably won't be 110, but that'll be up.
I was thinking rebounds.
Yeah.
Offensive rebounds.
More long distance shots.
Offensive rebounds will be up. Steals will be up. Yep.
When you look at the future also, like the three-point line, a lot more three-pointers, but I advocated for a four-point line because I think we want to see the best athletes at shooting the basketball do things in ways that raises the bars. Like Steph Curry, the clip of him at pregame just shooting one step further back and one step further back all the way to the half court and doing it and making every shot. Part of the reason why that was amazing is not just that he shot 100%, is part of it is just he was shooting from so far away. How do we incentivize those skills and rewarding that? Is a four-point line, like let's call it 32 feet away from the basket. What do you think that would do to the NBA game? Keeping the three-point shot where it is and then adding a four-point line. JJ?
I think the people that complain about today's NBA would yell even louder into the microphone.
The former players in the media will be fine with it.
Yeah,
embrace
right.
it. You're screwing up the media, by the way. You have intelligent conversations on the air, and you're messing up the whole game, JJ.
I appreciate that, Daryl. Here's my thought on the four-point line. So I don't like the idea of it. I also think that there's limitations physically for nearly every basketball player. And the three guys that come to mind that would probably do well with the three-point line, two of them shoot a push shot on the way up because they're smaller and they have to. And the third shoots a palm ball, which is not taught. You're not taught to shoot using your palm. You're taught to shoot using your fingertips. So there's three rarities there of guys, and I'm talking about Trae Young, Steph, and Dame. Like, there's three rarities there of guys shooting the ball. Like, that's not how shooting is taught. How shooting is taught, it's very actually difficult if you're shooting a jump shot and releasing at the top and putting arc on it. It's very difficult physically. And you can train all you want, but there's limitations to shooting 40 foot.
But isn't that what they said when the three-point line was introduced? Is it just like, that's too far away, that's going to hurt the game?
I wasn't around then. I was 3.
I'll just say this, like, there's a whole generation of kids growing up now watching those guys that you're just talking about. And I don't actually think we've seen the real, I think I said this on a panel a few years ago here, like, I don't think we've really seen the impact of the three-point revolution yet, because the generation of people who are watching the best players doing this now hasn't hit us yet. It's just starting to get to high school and college now. And so, there's going to be a lot more good shooters in the future. I'm pretty confident of that.
Doesn't that empower the smaller guards or guards in today's NBA? Like the long-distance three-pointer?
Well, the three-point line should be farther back, and then so your four-point line should be way
thinking
farther back.
just one. If you want to call it a 4 or 3, just move one back, have one. Maybe call it 4 points.
What do you do with the corners? That's the problem.
Oh, yeah.
Well, just
cut it.
expand the court.
You lose revenue there.
Red,
You know owners are
find
never
me an
gonna
owner
go
who
for that.
wants to do that.
But you don't.
Wait, the Henry Abbott school of thought is that there's more, by expanding the court, there's more courtside seats. So then you get more courtside seats that way.
You don't, yeah.
Here's a question I have for you, Tom.
Constraints.
Get rid of a whole row and add 2 on either corner. I don't think you actually end up with more.
Yeah.
Like you can't charge enough for those 4.
Why don't we make the court smaller then, so we can fit more seats in?
Yeah.
Like I don't understand. Like, why can't we expand it? Constraints drive price, which drive revenue. So the whole notion that expanding the court will make less money is not straightforward.
Does the fact that there's not a 3-point or not a 4-point line make it any less amazing when we watch these guys make deep 3-pointers?
I just feel bad for like Jamal Crawford. Like if we had a 4-point line, Jamal would be averaging 30 points a game because he had that range.
Gilbert Arenas?
I don't think he had that range. He made a lot of end of quarter shots because he was very willing to take them. He had that Marcus Smart mentality. But yeah, I mean, I've watched Jamal shoot. He had 3-point range. And I don't think if you put it back 10 feet that he would have made a difference in his career.
Do we worry about kids these days taking those shots and what that's doing for the development of basketball?
I mean, you point at me. I don't worry about that. I think it's exciting that the floor is more spread, but I'm not sure we need to be incentivizing it so strongly as to add a 4-point shot. I mean, you can market test that and see what the people buying the product think about it. I'm excited to see another generation of great shooters. Everybody thinks these shooters are fun to watch right now. And so why shouldn't we have more of them?
Are there any players who play, Sue, that even bother you? You're just like, that's not basketball, how they play.
Of course.
Really? Oh, name.
Of course. No, we're not naming names.
What?
People tweet. There's all kinds of tweeters out there.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, there's people that manipulate.
Wait. You're not worried about people getting in trouble for tweeting something?
Wow, big silent. No.
Yeah.
Wow.
But there are some players you
They know how to manipulate things. It's
What is
more.
that? What
That's
do you
more
mean
so.
by that?
By that, I more so mean like the refereeing.
Oh.
They know how to. I personally feel that the WNBA, because we're a little bit of a stepping stone. Like every time I turn on an NBA game, I'm like, oh, there's 2 WNBA refs out there. What do you know? They got plucked. That's kind of like the like.
Wait, you're telling me they use you as a farm system?
What do you know?
Oh my.
Yeah, who would have thought? Yeah. So our referees are constantly learning it's not that they're bad, like genuinely, it's not that they're bad. They're just, there's always a new crop and they're always learning the league, which is a big part of reffing. It's knowing players, knowing the rules well, that kind of thing. So I feel like there are, but our players stay the same. The rules don't change, our players stay the same, and there's certain ones that just know how to manipulate that.
Well, not saying that you are saying bad things about them manipulating, but which players do? I'm actually curious. Like,
yeah. What are you trying to do to me here, Daryl?
I'm trying to understand.
I think I have 1 year left. Just let me have it in peace.
Oh, next year.
Next year I'll come back and I'll name names.
The book comes out.
I'm naming names.
25 years from now, though, officiating is going to be really different, I think.
How so?
Well, a lot of these things will happen automatically. There won't be people making a bunch of the calls that get made now. Not all.
Will there be referees?
Yeah, absolutely.
One referee on the floor?
No, I think I mean, maybe there are different perspectives on this, but I think so many of the calls in our game are really subjective that you're going to need to keep having human refs, but not the ones where it's like, did the ball hit the line or not? We should just know that. Goaltending, that one.
Like, how are we not doing 5-second calls, like ball out of bounds, that's not automated already? There should be a timer and a buzzer.
Well, I have 5-second calls. You have 24 seconds, so you got to, like, they should just start the clock and get the ball in. Like, I hate backcourt violations. Those are dumb. Like, you have to shoot in 24 seconds.
Daryl's about offense.
What?
No, I hear you. Yeah, you got this one bit of time.
Yeah, you just got to shoot in 24. Like, you're not going to stay in the backcourt. Like, why do we need this 8-second call? Like, I think that was invented before clearly when the peach basket was up. It makes no sense. So, yeah, we have a lot of anachronist rules that I want to get rid of.
So in 25 years, 2047, Mike, what is going to be the biggest issue you think that the basketball world is going to face?
I think the biggest issue that we'll face is going to be people altering their bodies in different ways. I think we've seen the start of it with steroid issues. There's this discussion around transgender stuff. There's more on that in the panel tomorrow. But I think these discussions will seem tame relative to the ones that will happen in the future when it's very common for people to do things, sometimes from a very young age, sometimes prior to birth, to alter the way their bodies work. And so I don't know if we're talking about implants or...
It was like a Black Mirror episode.
Like, yeah, this is like Gattaca? Like Gattaca? What do we do?
No, but yeah. So like, at what point, you know, I mean, we're worried about, there's always going to be more steroids, but it's going to become more and more common for people to do sort of different biological things to yourself.
Yeah.
What if you make someone really, really tall through some mechanism in the future, gene manipulation or whatever? Is that legal? You know, we'll be worried about who's playing. That's what I think. But that's a ways off. I don't know, 25 years.
Like something I thought, it's kind of in the same breath, but not really. As an older athlete, I'm like, wow, if what I was doing now, and then of course we've got the Tom Brady's, LeBron, if what I was doing now, I was doing at 15, 16, it's like, would I be able to play to 46, 47? Obviously, I know it's this way in the NBA, it's this way in the, like, youth kind of rules in a lot of ways. There's like this, a youthfulness, it kind of can, it takes over at different points. But what if you're 40 and you're youthful? So you have the experience and you've kept your youth.
Yeah, we may
Is
get
that
good
gonna
at slowing
change
aging.
the makeup of all these leagues? That's something that I think. I always joke, now that I'm 40, I'm like, oh, 40 is the new 30. But I'm kind of like, I mean, if this keeps going and all of a sudden I'm 45, 46, 47, and I'm still able to play, but I have this experience, I feel like that player's the perfect player.
In a year, we just developed a bunch of mRNA vectors to get people's cells to make a protein. Like, who knows what proteins we'll be training people's cells to make? That's serious.
But like Tommy John surgery, same thing, is just like, that's accepted.
Right.
LASIK surgery
Right, so
is accepted.
but there's going to be a debate about each one of these things that happens, I think. I don't know. You're asking me what's going to happen in 25 years.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying it's already you're right. It's already beginning. JJ, would you, if you found out that there was an ethical way to get, 5 inches taller in high school, and suddenly you're Dirk Nowitzki out here.
I never wanted to be taller. I just wanted to not have alligator arms. That's really, truthfully.
I've heard that helps shooting, though.
If there was a pill that I could take that would give me a better wingspan, I would take it.
I've been told that helps shooting, though. Does that actually help shooting, you think?
Short arms?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think hands do. I think
Smaller hands are better.
I have normal-sized hands. I can grip a ball, but I don't have Shaq hands, when I shoot with my kids, I always think that, because they use a smaller ball. And I'm like, this feels really weird.
I do that when I stand on bleachers, and you're kind of by the rim. I'm like, oh, this is what Shaq feels like? No wonder. Like, no wonder he misses. It's a line drive.
Gotta be.
That's why underhand is
better. Bring it back.
So in 25 years ago, of the top 50 scorers in 1997, only 4 were born outside the United States. Oh, yeah. And today that number is 13 in the top 50 scorers in the NBA. Joel Embiid, born in Cameroon. Where do you think the next wave of NBA players, underrated place that they're going to come from in 25 years?
Obvious answer is the Asia countries. I know Yao Ming's done a lot to boost Chinese basketball, and India doesn't have a similar development that I'm aware of. I mean, they're obviously the world's more global, but I think if you just get courts everywhere, that's what Yao Ming's initiative is. Well, with the NBA, I should say, to get more courts in China.
Yeah, they were building 10,000 courts in India, too, the league.
Okay, so there you go.
Well,
India as well. Thank you.
I don't know what's happening now.
And it'll take time, and it might be 25 years, but there will be, just like U.S. soccer, it'll be for, my whole life, U.S. soccer's coming. Well, it's finally here. Like I just at a panel, people think we have good U.S. soccer players. It took till I was 50. So, yeah.
Did you feel that, JJ, at all, as the international growing of the NBA game over your career?
Truthfully, I never thought about it. I mean, I grew up watching Michael Jordan, and I understand the impact that the '92 Dream Team had, and that wave of European players that came over in the '90s and really set the table. Again, like in anything we talk about this in society all the time. You need representation, and we're seeing more and more countries and places across the globe being represented in the NBA. And once you see representation, then it gives you hope, and it gives you something to aspire to. And so I don't know where it will come from, but I think the trend will continue. And I've noticed this. I'm not going to name anybody, but the guys that come over have a very different mindset than American players. And I am concerned, and this is going to make me sound 55, not 37, but I am concerned a little bit about youth basketball in America. And we've all watched highlights online, and I worry if the game is being taught correctly. The skills are being taught. The guys coming into the NBA and entering college as freshmen have way more skill than my generation have had. I worry about, do they know how to play basketball? Are they playing to win, or are they playing for 1.2 million Instagram followers? Mm-hmm. I talked with Luka about this a ton when I was his teammate in Dallas. There's a different mindset in different cultures. His is one. I don't know all the cultures, but there's a different mindset around that. And I worry about that in America and what impact 10, 20 years that's going to have on the development of basketball players here.
Yeah, like I also think about where the players are going to come from, like what happens to college sports. Like Duke, tomorrow is Coach K's last game against Carolina at Cameron Indoor. Like, are we ever going to see a Coach K in college hoops again?
It's a great question. Are we going to see college hoops in 10 years? What form is this going to take with NIL, transfer portals, G League Ignite, Overtime Elite? I'm sure there's going to be many more things that pop up like Overtime Elite. So, you know, unless, and I know we talked about this backstage, and you're going to take the opposite approach as me, but, you know, unless you're going to incentivize people to go to college, and unless you're going to treat them like men and treat them like professionals, you know, if I was coming out and I had an opportunity to go make whatever, I probably would take that opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd take a contrary approach. I mean, I think the big worry for college basketball is the next Supreme Court case. This one sort of said NIL should probably be legal and the antitrust laws apply, but the plaintiffs in this case that just happened last year said we're not challenging the NCAA rule that athletes can't be directly paid by the universities. I think there's another case coming where someone will challenge that, and then what does that?
And then you can all watch the women's tournament.
Yeah.
We'll be there.
I just don't know what that, does that world become looking like another professional league? What does it look like? I don't know.
Does it make it easier for you as a GM or president of basketball operations, excuse me, Daryl, the idea of coming out of college, watching 4 years of college versus like watching G League Ignite or watching LaMelo Ball in Australia? Like, do you have a preference of where these prospects are coming out of to get them ready for the NBA?
I think at this point it's slightly better. We want them coming through higher variance paths, so ones that are less predictable is probably good for us in that.
What do you mean?
We're picking later. So we want more players that are good to fall.
This is the Sixers-centric view.
Yeah. Well, in 25 years, I don't know what I'm doing. Does that make sense what I'm saying? College is like, we sort of know. It's like not even basketball really, but it's, but anyone who watches college, it's like so bad. You have to like map your brain to what they're doing.
It's a different form of basketball, Daryl.
Yeah, but it should almost have a different name. Yeah.
Bad form.
Yeah, bad for right. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
Hard to watch.
Yeah.
When people,
I think
people
our-
tell
I
me
think-
that they love watching college basketball, I'm like, are you a masochist?
They love
Like,
Yeah.
You go to
all-
these it's good environments. Like it's great to watch.
It's only funny if you throw it into this false crucible of one and done, and it's March. Otherwise, it's torture.
Rough,
Yeah, it's absolute torture. So, what we know really well, we have years of data of how these players go into these programs and how they come out and how they look in the NBA. So it's become a little less variance.
I think our product is better when we get the best players, and having higher variance introduces some worse players into the mix. So
Yeah, but I want that.
Well, you want that because you think you're picking later.
So do you. You have the best defense in the league. You gave
We're
away your
talking about
picks.
25 years from now. I don't know what
Okay.
we're going to have
All right.
25 years from
True.
now. Hopefully you're still right.
Do we think there's going to be a draft in 25 years?
I mean, from a women's basketball standpoint, more so on what we're just talking about, what's interesting is I'm starting to see, so our college game is more popular. And what happens is I think people watch it, even WNBA GMs, and they watch and they, okay, so you're basically saying that what you like about, if I heard this correctly, what you like about college is like it's a known system, you kind of understand what it is, so when a player goes through it, you can kind of gauge, like you understand. So ours, because it's kind of backwards in this way, I think people have a hard time judging players because the competition is like so much worse. So if a player who plays for school, you know, a Power 5 school plays against a mid-major and has 30 and 20, that is meaningless. But people get caught up in it. They think like, oh, and a GM then gets pressured to maybe draft this player because it's like, oh, well, the numbers, but the numbers don't matter. So we're in this weird, we're trying to figure out what that system is that we can trust. Like what part of college basketball can you trust? And my take is, I think what WNBA GMs need to start doing, and because I do think there'll still be drafts, what they need to start doing is really get in the weeds of evaluating the talent and not just like evaluating, I don't know, just whoever had the highest, you know, point average in a certain season. Like actually seeing like, oh, what is that player going to do in 4 or 5 years? Not just, are they good right now, if that makes sense. I think that WNBA for a long time, it's just, who can we draft that helps us right now? And the shift needs to go to, I think, more so an NBA model of like, what does this look like in 10 years? We haven't done that yet. And it's a trap for a lot of GMs.
There'll be more drafts because it's sellable. So like
Free agency is like, I mean, when a high
Anything
school
that
player
they can-
picks their team, like
Yeah.
they're going to play in college and commit to, that's a huge event.
It's entertainment. So they'll come up with other ways to sell the entry into the
People
league.
who own NBA teams will want there to still be drafts.
Of course they do.
So there's still going to be drafts.
Unless your Supreme Court comes in or something.
No, so it's, the idea of a draft
They'll
is
just be richer
collectively
when they get
bargained, so
drafted.
it's totally legal.
Yeah.
Draft is fine.
JJ, on a recent pod with Jason Tatum, you talked about, you know, that whole basketball IQ topic about kids these days, right? You're the old man in the three on that conversation, right? It's just like, you know, Draymond and you were talking about how younger players don't seem to have the same basketball IQ. They have all the ability and the skills, but in terms of actual basketball, I don't know, intelligence, they lack. And Jason Tatum told a story about how Chris Paul taught him about the 3 for 2.
3 for 2.
And basically saying, like, I didn't realize how smart some of these guys were until Chris Paul was like, oh, 3 for 2. There's a 2 for 1, but really should be taking a 3 for 2 at 105, and then you get 2 shots back, and it's just a smarter play. I'm curious, on that note, what is something that isn't about, like, shot selection, analytics that helped you in your game that made you smarter as a basketball player, that isn't just like, oh, take more threes, or it's something that you innovated in your game that made you more effective, that in the same way that Jason Tatum didn't even know that there was a 3 for 2?
Yeah, I'm going to answer the question without answering your question, actually.
Yes.
So,
he's so good at the media already.
No,
I thought he was going to say flopping.
It's a good question. It's a really good question. But I think it's more, there's a point I wanted to make at some point, and I'm going to take the opportunity to make the point now, and that's just...
Politics.
He is good at this.
He is good.
I love this game so much. I love basketball. And what I really love about it is I truly believe that it's the ultimate team sport. And baseball is an individual sport masquerading as a team sport. Football every player on any given play has a very specific task to execute. And if you don't execute that task, it sticks out like a sore thumb and you lose your job. Basketball requires so much interpersonal cooperation. And it's very evident when that cooperation doesn't exist. And so for me, if I'm thinking about my own career, or if I'm thinking about the guys in the league that I really admire, or that I'm a fan of, or that I think to myself, how did they miss on this guy? Why was this guy undrafted? How did this guy drop to 35? Like, the same traits always come up. They're intelligent, they work hard, they're extremely competitive, and there's a level of emotional intelligence to them. And we are missing the boat over and over on this, because we do get caught up in projections and wingspan. If I go to any locker room and spend 3 days around a team, I can be around 10 young guys. I did this later in my career. I can be around 10 young guys. I know which guys are going to have 10 and 15-year careers.
Just
by being around them.
Just reading them, yeah.
Let me watch this guy work after practice. Let me see how he interacts with his teammates. Let me see how he takes coaching. Let me see if he's paying attention in film. And look, I'm not knocking you guys, by the way. I'm just saying this is league-wide. This is how, if there's a red flag on a guy, because every team does research, if there's a red flag on a guy, it's there for a reason. It's there for a reason. I'm not going to name names. I can list 10 players who have been taken in a lottery over the last few years that had red flags about these issues. Those guys aren't good basketball players. They're not good basketball players. Yes, they are skilled. They are not good basketball players because it requires more. It requires more. It requires those traits.
That's great.
Will we be better at identifying those traits in 25 years?
If you hire me.
Why are we not getting him to name names?
I tried.
No, actually, there's
Who are the 10?
somebody sent me a study on this. So it's interesting. Somebody sent me a study on this about competitiveness and measuring these sort of traits. And like, what I think it's hard because we can do this in a study, but real world, guy gets his bag. What's his next year look like of work? Is he shortcutting? Guy gets his bag. Does he stop being a good teammate? It's really, really hard to predict those things. It's really hard to predict those things.
They're also 19 years old. So if you remember yourself at 19, we're trying to figure out who they are, and they don't even know who they are themselves. Yeah. So yes, another challenge.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. No, I'm admitting that there are major challenges in this, but I knew at 19 that I was a competitive fuck and a total dick.
Everyone else knew that too.
Yeah.
You went to Duke.
Sue, to put it bluntly, are players getting dumber? Over your career, are players getting dumber?
I mean, yeah, that's one way of putting it. I totally agree with JJ. I actually just talked about this recently. There's an obsession with the highlight, an obsession with social media and getting your highlights on there, and there's not an obsession with learning how to play with others, like simply put. And it's the combination of those two things. That's what, like, yes, you have to be skilled and you have to work on your craft and all that stuff. Absolutely. But if you can't play in the framework of a team, like, what are you doing? And so many times, there's been WNBA players that have come in as younger players where I probably caught something on social media of them working out, and you're like, damn, like, I can't do that. Like, the moves and the step backs and the whole thing. It's like, whoa. And then they get in the league and they can't do any of that shit either when you're in the game. That, and just like, to me, a little bit of a tangent, but like, you're never going to get that volume. Yeah. And that to me, like, if I had to put my GM hat on, that's something that I always look at when I'm watching these college players. I'm like, you're not going to get 25 shots. So what are you doing with 7? Are you able to create for others? Are you, like, how are you helping your team in all those other ways? Because there's literally one person a team, and their names are, right, like Kevin Durant. Yeah. So unless you're Kevin Durant, unless you're Brianna Stewart, you have to be able to help your team in other ways. So are they getting actually dumber? No, they're not. They're just not being taught. It's not an emphasis. It's not a priority for them because they're not being rewarded.
And just to be clear, the stuff you're talking about is not mutually exclusive with the stuff JJ was just talking about. I mean, like, we still wanted to draft you.
Well, can I tell a story about JJ?
Like-
You don't. Somebody just told me. It's not. It's funny. It's a.
Is it a true story?
Yeah, it's a true story. Well, he was asking about like.
No one
IQ
cares if it's true. So.
He just asked you about IQ and have you ever added something to your games? Obviously, it's more statistically. So I've recently been working out with someone that JJ has worked out in the past, and we were.
He's
just,
so
like,
nervous right now, by the way.
No, it's not bad. I promise.
All right.
So I don't even know what we were talking about, but like one thing led to another, and he was like, oh, like something JJ started doing in his workouts he would practice what it would be like if he got fouled. So there are times in basketball where like, maybe you drive, maybe you're pulling up, and somebody like hits your arm in a way. I have to demonstrate this. This is really awful. Where you're literally going to end up looking like this. Because you drove, you're going to go pull up, and you end up looking like this, trying to get the shot off. Yeah. Right? And trying to make it.
Yeah.
And Tim, his name is Tim, and Tim was like, yeah, so JJ, by himself, would practice these shots. So he would drive, or whatever workout you were doing, and you would pretend to get hit and try to finish the shots. And I was like,
Flopping, right?
oh, that's really smart. I was like, that's really smart.
You could have named names when you said those manipulators.
Yeah, there
you
he
just
is.
said
But I was like, that's really smart.
Tried to point this out.
And then he said, well, the funny part was, yeah, and then he would, the times he'd make it, he'd walk off, like staring at the guy who fouled him, like.
I don't
think I was like, that's actually, doing things outside of the box like that, that's going to be, in 25 years, people are going to start doing stuff like focusing on that
I've always had a wild imagination.
Yeah, I love it. We were cracking up, though.
That's funny.
He demonstrated it, I was dying.
It's so good.
We need more demonstrations on our page.
Yeah.
I think that would add an element for next year.
Work on that.
Note that, MIT students. Sue Bird demonstrates.
That's a great example, by the way. I told Sue, and I think I told you this too before we were back there. I've always been a visual person, so for 30 years I would fall asleep, whether it was a nap or NBA game day naps are sacred, or before bed I'd always fall asleep and I'd be visualizing moves and shots, and now I just think about my golf swing and the ball flight. That's all I think about now. It's a totally different thing the last 6 months.
We got a question from the audience here. Would the NBA ever consider a full game mic'd up viewing option instead of traditional broadcasting?
Yes.
Like every player mic'd? Is that what that means?
Like coaches mic'd, everything?
Everything's
mic'd.
Yeah. The TBT does some of that. Yeah. Basketball tournament.
Yeah, I mean.
They have everyone mic'd, I think.
Kevin Garnett's not still in the league, so we probably can.
Just be a lot of bleeping.
Yeah. Is there at least like a 7-second delay? So someone.
A lot of bleeps.
A streaming company is going to have that broadcast. Can't be Disney.
Yeah, FCC issues.
Who of the young talent in the league do you feel possesses the intelligence and off-court traits that will transcend into a long career?
Mike and I can't answer. So.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Ja, for sure. Ja has everything. And, all those traits I talked about he has, and I found it really interesting. We were having a conversation with Draymond back in January on the Old Man of the Three, and we asked him about, Draymond is one of the most intelligent players in this era of basketball, and we asked him about guys that he's played against that have the same level of intelligence that he hates going against because he knows it's going to be a chess match. And obviously he mentioned CP and he mentioned Braun. The third guy he mentioned was Ja. And I think people get caught up in the highlight reel stuff. But from everything I know about Ja, he's incredibly intelligent, great teammate, uber competitive, works. I think he's a guy that 10 years from now, or 10 years from now, like, his skill set is going to be very different, and we're going to be like, man, remember young Ja? Remember what he used to do? And look at his game now? Like, I think he's the guy that in 10 years, we're like, wow, what a transformation.
Like, I feel like we should be able to, like, evaluate that in the draft. Emotional intelligence or hardworking, like, are we getting better at that? Daryl and Mike?
No evidence we are, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think some... I think a lot of teams.
Do you guys have a conversation, or do you do a test? Like, I obviously do the background. You have a conversation with a prospect, but do you test? Do you do any?
Yeah, we've tried lots of things, and I actually think quite a few teams think they're good at it, but aren't. They get fooled. But yeah, I mean, I think we've tried different tests. We've tried different evaluators. It's very important.
Do you ever have a player just go to dinner with them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like draft prospects?
Oh, yeah.
It's not very systematic. We don't like that kind of stuff, but we do it.
I feel like one dinner, and I feel like similar to you. Give me one dinner.
Danny was always Chipotle. I'm trying to figure out where Brad will want to take people.
Like a current player.
Well, so again,
there's
a lot of the data would say for every very charming person where you feel like you could predict this, there's some less skilled guy who only made it because he has those skills and then also can't make it far enough. But anyway, sorry, Mike.
Well, it's just like, I think these things are pretty high variance too. So, you know, even if you're good at saying who someone is at the time you draft them, people do change on these skills over time.
100%.
So it's hard. It's really hard. Draft is so hard.
It's like provable teams aren't good at it.
Would you agree with me, though, that if there's a red flag on competitiveness, that, to me, should be the ultimate red flag?
I will tell you the one rule in drafting that's 100% true. Whenever you have a rule, it's not right. I promise you.
Wait,
No,
what about that rule?
That's good. No, even that. Yeah, that's the Barber rule. Yeah. No, but like even when I was first in the league and tried so hard to like find these things, like these heuristics that you're like, it has to be. Yeah. But you definitely can find exceptions. Or if you think you're always right, it's because you've not rigorously given your opinion prior to them making the league. Like if you actually went back and ranked all these people on the way in, everyone would, I'm not saying you, I'm just saying everyone would mess it up.
Oh, yeah. I mess a lot of stuff up.
Sue, what are your thoughts on the Commissioner Cup?
Can I tell a quick
story?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I have one last story.
Are you going to get back at her?
No, Sue's story about taking a person to dinner. So I actually, very seriously, I got a DUI 10 days before the draft. It was a low point in my life. I'm in jail. You know, they took my shoelaces. It was awful.
So no one should have drafted you based on your rule.
And I had a herniated disc in my back. Yeah, I had a herniated disc in my back. And I couldn't work out. So I got out of jail, obviously, and Orlando really wanted to meet with me because I hadn't worked out for them because I had just done my West Coast trip, or West Coast workouts before. And so I went down to Orlando. I met with Brian Hill, Otis Smith, Dave Twardzik, who was the assistant GM at the time. A great conversation. It's like a 3-hour dinner. It gets to the end. They still haven't asked about the DUI, so I kind of just bring it up. I'm like, the guys, can we talk about this? Like, you know, I realize how serious this is. And Dave Twardzik said to me, he goes, so, what'd you drink? And I was like, I don't know. I think I had like 5 or 6 drinks. It was so stupid, and I got behind a wheel. And he said, no, I mean, like, what'd you drink? And I was like, I don't know, a couple vodka Sprites, a couple games of beer pong, and then I shotgunned a beer right before I left. And I'm like, I can't believe I have to admit this to a GM. It was 2 days before the draft, freaking out. I get home, and my agent calls me. He's like, they loved you. Dave Twardzik said you were the most honest player he's talked to. So, shocking, but there's stuff I guess you can extract from
I thought,
a dinner.
I was just going to ask, did you win the beer pong game? That shows how competitive you are.
We're in the draft.
Did you win?
Oh, no. I was never very good at that.
It's a similar thing, though. We're in the draft room, and Danny says, I think we're going to draft Tony Allen. And Wick, the owner of the team, says, like, isn't that the guy who got in a fight with a police officer? And Danny's like, yeah, that's the guy I want. That happened.
Sue, what are the panel's thoughts? But I want to start with Sue. The in-season tournament. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on it? And Daryl and everybody else, should the NBA adopt the in-season tournament?
I mean, we won it, so I love it. That was a nice little bonus. Okay, so for us, what I really like about it is, yes, the money and the motivation, if you will, but we don't have conferences. So I think one of the main reasons for adding this was, yes, it's now like an entity that they can go out and sell and hopefully get sponsorship for, which will help our league immensely. But it's also, we now have East and West rivalries because for us, we play all the West teams twice. The first home game and the first away game. Does that make sense? Yes. The first time you play each, they're Commissioner Cup games. And so point is, you get a West and East, and hopefully now we're going to start some rivalries, and there's going to be competitiveness in that way. What was fascinating, though, was not a lot of women in the league took it seriously at first. We did. We knew every single time there was a Commissioner Cup game, we were focused. If we won that game, we'd be in the huddle after one, like, yep, 2-1 in the Commissioner Cup, let's go. And I don't think other people realized it until like a month or two into the season. So now it'll change this year because they saw what happened in the money, and I think people are going to start focusing on it more. But at the same time, I never felt like it took away from any regular season anything. Like, it didn't take away. It's only additive, in my opinion.
We also won the mid-season tournament. First one this year in the G League. So,
congratulations.
I'm very proud. No, you didn't know that.
All of our players got called up because of COVID. We were.
Oh. See? Everyone in the league is so competitive. You can just make anything up. I mean, we all know Chris Paul would do anything. Competes on every level of everything. So no, I think for sure. Like I said actually seriously on the draft thing. Anything that's sellable, we're going to do more of. And obviously Europe's taking the lead on these mid-season tournaments, and they're great. And it allows the marketing department to come up with creative things of rivalries or city cups and all these kinds of things. And yeah, they'll feel artificial maybe at the beginning, but then in 25 years, people are going to be fighting over these things. So,
would you like that, JJ, as a player?
Yeah. I mean, I think to Sue's point, if you incentivize anything,
you need like a money incentive. Or just beating other teams in a tournament or something?
If you're structuring it within an 82-game season, I don't think you'd necessarily need to really incentivize it. But if you're adding games, you absolutely would, 100%.
Yeah.
We've signed up to play 82 games, and you want to add games and take more of our body, you need to incentivize that. I was wrong, by the way, on the play-in. I thought it was a terrible idea, and I love it. And
you and LeBron.
Yeah, I thought it was. I didn't publicly say whoever needs to be fired or whatever he said, but. I didn't like that. My issue with it was
Still employed.
There's certain years. My issue with it was there's certain years where, and we may see this in the Eastern Conference this year, where a team goes 48-34 and gets the 7th seed, and I don't necessarily think we should make them go they earn their playoff. So if there was a way to cut it off based on like a certain winning percentage or a certain record, I think that's a better structure. But the play-in thing itself has been amazing. It's exciting basketball. It gives the teams that got a 1 or 2 seed an extended break. And really, it's hard now if you're trying to really tank, because they somewhat de-incentivize the lottery. And now if you're sitting there in 11th place, you can tank. There's ways to do it, but you can't really go all in. That's a hard sell to your fans when you're sitting, 64 games into the season. You're only 2 games back of that 10 spot.
Probably change the transaction market some too. There's more teams
100%.
that are
Yeah, that's a great point.
Still trying to improve.
For some teams, it's their only goal is to make the top 10.
I won't comment on that. We might be thinking of some similar teams.
Fan question here. The playoffs was a war of attrition with many starts succumbing to injuries. I like this topic. Okay. Do you expect the NBA to shorten the regular season over the next 25 years to prevent this from happening again? Daryl, you got in some hot water about this. 58 games? You're advocating for a 58-game season, 1 home, 1 away.
Why don't we have
you retract your statement? Do you double down shortening the season?
I think we need to hear from Sue Bird.
I'm not sure I have an opinion on this. I don't really know. To me, it's like it's going to come down to financials now. Isn't that why you have 82 games to begin with? So I just don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't care.
Well, player bodies, that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
So we should have 164 games?
I guess.
Okay.
40's the new 30. Players can play. No. Yeah, I think the happy medium between the money and the saving of the player's body is probably where I would land. Whatever number that is.
I mean, this is a topic that like there's a financial incentive, right? And so I don't know. I don't. It's not something I've ever felt strongly about. I think one of the things I like about the NBA is the best teams win every year, and one of the reasons for that is we have 7-game series. It's not as random. The game itself is not as random, but also we play a really long regular season, and you really get to know by the end of it who the best teams are. So I'm not sure that's good for business. Like more randomness might be better for business, but there's a purity to it where like you got to really be the best team.
You like that because you're at the Celtics and you've won 18 times or how many times.
I like that because I'm a fan and I like to see the best teams win too. But I do think, the shorter a season you have, the less that will be the case. So
for sure, there should be more randomness in the NBA.
It's probably better for the product to have more randomness. I think that's probably right.
There we go.
What does leaving the game better for the next generation mean to you, and how do you envision it?
What's the question?
Sue's the active player. I'll let her.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is on my last panel. At this point, currently, just being able to, it took me a second to get to this point, but I've, in the last couple of years, realized my experience has a lot of value in it. Just the things I've seen, what I've, again, experienced, and just being able to use that now while I am still playing, while I am a member of the union, and making sure that I speak up, but also educate the younger players, because I remember being a younger player, and because I was playing overseas, it was like, union calls? What? Why do I have to get on that? And the landscape of women's basketball is changing, and being a part of the league in a way where you have ownership of it, that's what changes the business models, when you have players that are at the table and like engaged. And so somewhere in that is your answer of all the things I think about in terms of the legacy.
We're running up against the clock here. So thank you everyone for your questions. Thank you the panel. The last question before we go is LeBron James going to be still playing in 25 years? JJ, you got to have a hot take here.
I'm going to say no.
I will say that because our elite players are at such a difference from even the average player, way more than other sports, that I do think the top players are going to play longer and longer and longer. So I would expect lots of records to be broken, lots of things for the media to talk about.
It'd be nice for Harden and Embiid too.
Why do you point at me every time you say
I know, JJ's now just...
You're the media now. You got a podcast that's very popular, Old Man and the Three. Awesome. You're on ESPN. Come on. You don't see yourself that way yet.
No.
A few more hot takes will be there. It'll just...
Am I really giving takes, though?
That's why I like your intelligent takes, yeah. You're not as quite into the dopamine hits of saying absolutely crazy stuff that's just the tiniest shred of plausibility. So everyone...
Takes?
All right.
No.
Couple.
All right.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, guys.
That was fun.